President of the United Arab Emirates, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of Cop28, Your Excellencies, allow me to congratulate you for being elected as the President of the Conference of the Parties, Cop28. I also want to thank the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival, and for hosting COP28 in this great city of Dubai. Your Excellencies, as the world's youngest nation and underdeveloped, South Sudan with no or little carbon emission is seriously impacted by climate change. For 4 years now, the country is suffering from floods, droughts, excessive heat, high temperatures, and irregular rain patterns. These climate change-related factors have negatively affected the livelihoods of our people. The people are internally displaced and are forced to fight over water and pasture. That is causing subnational conflicts between the displaced and host communities. So, peace and security are clearly affected as a result of climate change. Excellencies, we have come to this COP28 with the hope that we, the world leaders, will commit ourselves to the implementation of the provisions of the Paris Agreement. I therefore urge the developed countries, which are the high carbon emitters, in this conference, to increase their effort to reduce carbon emissions by over 45% in order for us to keep global temperature below 1.5 degrees. Excellencies, climate change financing to the less developed countries is very important, so that these countries can implement their climate adaptation and mitigation projects. I urge the developed countries to operationalize loss and damage fund so that less developed countries that are affected are compensated. that will help them build the livelihoods of their people and restore their environments. Excellencies, before I end my remarks, I would like to remind the developed countries about the importance of capacity building and technology transfer to the developing countries. Capacity building and technology transfer is the only way for the developing countries to embark on green growth. Finally, the time for ambitious climate action is now. At this juncture, I would like to thank Mr. Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, for considering South Sudan to benefit from the early warning for all initiatives, which we launched last month. Let us together play our part to heal our planet from the danger of climate change and invest in it. Thank you, and I feel honored to address this esteemed gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Faustin Ajang Touadera, President of the Central African Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, au nom de mon pays, la République centrafricaine, saluer l'excellente qualité d'organisation de cette Cop28, ainsi que l'hospitalité légendaire des autorités et peuples des Émirats arabes unis. Cette COP28 qui intervient après une année record marquée par des phénomènes météorologiques extrêmes qui menacent l'avenir de l'humanité tout entière, nous offre une excellente occasion de traduire les ambitions climatiques en opportunités d'action pratique et de consolider nos engagements sur les questions brûlantes de changement climatique. En effet, partout dans le monde, le nombre de catastrophes naturelles liées au climat, telles que les inondations et la sécheresse, a plus que doublé ces dernières années. Malheureusement, il est à regretter que, d'une COP à l'autre, les accords et promesses se suivent sans pour autant inverser le cours du changement climatique. L'Afrique, qui porte la moindre responsabilité dans les émissions soit seulement 4% des émissions mondiales, est malheureusement la principale victime des impacts directs du changement climatique. La République centrafricaine, classée parmi les 5 pays les plus menacés par les effets du changement climatique, est aussi victime innocente des tensions géopolitiques qui bouleversent le monde. Pourtant, la menace est réelle et présente. Elle pourrait constituer un obstacle aux efforts pour atteindre les objectifs du développement durable si une action urgente n'est pas engagée pour appliquer intégralement l'accord de Paris qui vise à maintenir la température de la planète au-dessous de 1,5 degré Celsius. Au moment où se tient cette Cop28, une partie de mon pays est ravagée par des inondations dévastatrices provoquées par des pluies torrentielles, ce qui nous interpelle sur l'urgence climatique. Mesdames et Messieurs, la COP27 s'était fixé 4 grands objectifs, à savoir l'atténuation, l'adaptation, le financement et une transition juste. À la question de savoir qui doit payer la facture climatique, la réponse est qu'au regard du fossé entre les pays développés, principaux pollueurs, et les pays pauvres, il est naturel que les premiers financent le processus d'adaptation promis qui devrait permettre aux pays du Sud de mieux faire face aux impacts du changement climatique et de réduire les effets de ceux-ci sur les populations. La République centrafricaine se réjouit de la création du Fonds des pertes et dommages à l'occasion de cette COP. Elle souhaite qu'un mécanisme consensuel de gestion de ce fonds, qui doit avoir un caractère humanitaire, soit mis en place afin d'éviter qu'il ne soit détourné de son objectif pour servir de moyen de pression au profit des intérêts géopolitiques et géostratégiques. Je souhaite donc plein succès à nos travaux et je vous remercie.
Merci, Excellence. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chandraprasad Santok, President of Suriname. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good morning. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here representing my country, Suriname, which is covered with 93% of rainforests, while our deforestation rate is less than 0.5%. With that comes a high-quality biodiversity which we must protect at all costs. Yes, we are a carbon sink nation and one of the only 3 carbon negative countries in the world, and we are committed to keeping it that way. For us, for you all, and the generations after us. Ladies and gentlemen, climate is a global good. The adverse impacts are felt by all, and also us, members of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. As part of the 8 Amazonian countries united in the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTO, we are also committed to fight deforestation of the Amazon region. My country and people are forced to adapt to extreme dry and wet weather events which cause losses and damages. At the same time, we must respond to the legitimate demands of our population for economic development and diversification. This we do through a balanced approach consisting of developing the natural resources through environmental friendly strategy by sustainable forest management and active protection of biodiversity, and also by continued transition to green energy and other green innovations and technologies. The recently announced offshore oil and other economic developments in Suriname will be developed on this basis, contributing to the energy security for the world. We are committed and confident that we will remain carbon negative, and let that be very clear. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we must put into effect climate finance that actually works and which is easily accessible for all countries and people. Moreover, financial promises must be kept. It is imperative that we continue our efforts of putting the Article 6 rulebook into practice and enhance the practical implementation of mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, capacity building, and just transition finance. Conservation of our standing forests and biodiversity should be higher valued than reforestation. Financial methodologies accounting for removals is of utmost importance to nations like mine. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing climate issues requires political will and commitment from government and business leaders by inclusivity of everyone. In closing, let us not forget that there is only one planet, and we do not inherit the planet Earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. So let's keep in mind that the planet will continue without us, but we humans cannot do without planet Earth. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mogwesi Eric Masisi, President of Botswana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, the President of the United Arab Emirates, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the UN, Dr. Sultan Jabbar, Cop28, President, this year's conference of the parties marks the halfway point between the 2015 Paris Agreement and the year 2030. It is very encouraging to me to know that it is at this COP that an inventory of the implementation of the Paris Agreement will be concluded. The Global Stock-Taking Initiative will no doubt give us a clear picture that is more than anecdotal on progress towards achieving the Paris goal to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report, released in March this year, posits that there is a more than 50% chance the global temperature rise will reach or surpass 1.5 degrees Celsius between 2021 and 2040 across studied scenarios and under a high emissions pathway. This is not good for our planet and calls for bold and transformative action. Your Excellencies, last year at COP27, dubbed the Implementation COP, we came up with the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, which was inspired by science as provided for by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Having said that, it is critical that negotiations at COP28 result in strengthened actions and advancement of the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan. It is for this reason that Botswana supports the modalities of work as proposed by the COP28 United Arab Emirates Presidency. Recognizing that climate finance is an important enabler of climate action, it is imperative that climate finance is made available and accessible to developing countries. At the center of Botswana's radar screen, therefore, is the new collective quantified goal from the floor of the initially envisaged US $100 billion. In our quest to accelerate the implementation of our climate change agenda, we need to enhance our actions of building resilience and addressing loss and damage that is associated with the adverse impacts of climate change. It is our fervent hope that the operationalization of the loss and damage financial mechanism will be concluded during this COP. Excellencies, Botswana is making significant strides towards transitioning from coal-fired electricity to renewable energy. As part of implementing the energy policy and renewable energy strategy, the government of Botswana has made a decision to increase renewable energy penetration from 2% to 30% by 2030. Our second Transitional National Development Plan prioritizes climate change. This has enabled the integration of climate change risks into all aspects of planning, decision-making and implementation. As a developing country, Botswana prioritizes adaptation as it reduces the vulnerability of communities to climate-related hazards, and in so doing, protecting livelihoods and ecosystems, as well as enabling them to be more resilient. Some of the adaptation actions implemented by Botswana include development of drought-tolerant crop and livestock species, the north-south water pipeline that transfers bulk water to the southern parts of the country where there is a deficit. Excellencies, I note with satisfaction the increased number of youth organizations involved in the intergovernmental climate change process. This will indeed ensure effective participation of the youth in climate change policy decision-making processes. In my capacity as a global chair of the group of LLDCs, I wish to declare the intention of the group to participate in climate change negotiations as a group. In this regard, we seek the support of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate to provide the necessary assistance for the group to achieve this objective. Let me conclude by pledging my support to the COP presidency as you direct the debates towards timely results regarding implementation, particularly climate finance for adaptation and mitigation actions, technology development and research, and conclusion of the modalities of the Loss and Damage Fund. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Semoku Meliet Kone, Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président des Émirats arabes unis, Monsieur le Président de la Cop28, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, il m'est particulièrement agréable d'adresser les salutations de Son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, à ses pairs et à tous les délégués participant à cette COP28. La Côte d'Ivoire se félicite de la tenue de cette conférence des parties aux Émirats arabes unis et salue l'engagement du pays hôte à œuvrer avec le soutien de tous les États en faveur du succès de nos travaux. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la COP28 se tient au moment où la planète connaît un stress climatique sans précédent, engendré par des températures records et des épisodes météorologiques de plus en plus violentes et dévastateurs. À l'heure du premier bilan mondial de l'application de l'accord de Paris sur le climat, l'état alarmant de notre planète démontre que le non-respect de nos engagements en matière de réduction de gaz à effet de serre n'a pas permis de limiter le réchauffement en dessous de 2 degrés Celsius. Des territoires insulaires disparaissent progressivement dans le Pacifique. Des pays à travers les continents sont dévastés par des phénomènes climatiques d'ampleur inédite liés au dérèglement climatique. Face à ce constat, la communauté internationale doit se mobiliser. C'est pourquoi mon pays se réjouit de la concrétisation des fonds pour les pertes et dommages aux premières heures de la présente conférence. Nous devons tout mettre en œuvre afin que ce fonds qui suscite tant d'espoir soit à la hauteur des attentes des pays les plus vulnérables. C'est aussi le lieu d'inviter le Fonds vert pour le climat et les autres partenaires à mobiliser davantage de ressources pour l'adaptation des pays africains aux effets du réchauffement climatique et en faveur du financement de la transition énergétique du continent. Toutefois, il faut éviter que le financement de la transition énergétique n'accroisse davantage la dette des pays en développement. Mesdames et Messieurs, le temps nous est désormais compté. Les pays développés doivent résolument décarboner leurs économies et tenir les engagements en matière de financement climatique à l'écart des pays en développement. En ce qui concerne mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire respecte ses engagements au titre de l'accord de Paris et a décidé d'amplifier son action climatique. À ce titre, mon pays poursuit avec succès l'objectif de réduction de ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 30,41% à l'horizon 2030 contre 28,25% anciennement. Dans le même temps, le gouvernement accélère la transition énergétique du pays en vue de porter à 42% la part des énergies renouvelables dans son mix énergétique d'ici 2030. Plusieurs projets dans les domaines solaires, de la biomasse, de l'hydroélectricité sont en cours afin de mettre en valeur l'énorme potentiel du pays en énergie renouvelable de sources diversifiées. La Côte d'Ivoire poursuit également la mise en œuvre de son programme de reconstitution de son patrimoine forestier et d'agriculture zéro carbone. Mieux, mon pays est aujourd'hui prêt à émettre des crédits de carbone résultant de la forêt de taille qui dispose d'une forte capacité de séquestration de carbone. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette conférence doit nous permettre de renouer avec des objectifs fixés à Paris en 2015 afin d'inverser la trajectoire actuelle du réchauffement de notre planète et de sortir de l'inaction climatique qui nous condamne tous. Pour cela, l'accès aux ressources climatiques doit être facilité aux pays en développement. L'Afrique doit poursuivre son plaidoyer en faveur d'une réforme urgente de la gouvernance financière climatique en vue de la rendre inclusive, équitable et représentative de toutes les parties prenantes. Mon pays estime que c'est à cette seule condition que les pays africains devront et relèveront le défi du financement de leurs contributions déterminées au niveau national. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed B.S. Jallow, Vice President of the Gambia. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency President Adam Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, I would like to thank the people and government of the United Arab Emirates for the warm welcome and hospitality accorded to me and my delegation. I congratulate His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Said Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Abu Dhabi, for the successful organization of the 28th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Excellencies, it is with great humility and honor that I stand before you today at this crucial climate summit to share with you the Gambia's experience in combating climate change and addressing problems caused by climate-related events. My government is aware of the challenges posed by climate change. They are real and they affect us all. The theme of this event, climate transition and adaptation, encapsulates our shared journey towards a sustainable future. It acknowledges that we must transition from practices that harm our planet and adapt to changes we are currently facing. We recognize that transitioning to a low-carbon, sustainable economy is not only an environmental imperative, but also an economic opportunity. Therefore, we are still committed to promoting the use of green and clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly technologies. We have the fervent belief that this transition will not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also create jobs, stimulate innovation, and improve the quality of our life of our citizens. Reports published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change demonstrate that Africa is highly impacted by climate change. In the Gambia, a small and vulnerable low-lying nation, we have acutely felt the impact of climate change in recent years. Erratic weather patterns, cyclic floods and droughts resulting to food insecurity, population displacements and increased temperatures are occurrences affecting our communities, agricultural production and water resources management. The Gambia updated its nationally determined contribution in December 2021 and submitted its long-term climate neutral development strategy 2050 to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in September 2022 in accordance with its obligations under the Paris Agreement. In addition, we are working on local adaptation measures that range from reinforcing flood mitigation infrastructure to implementing climate-resilient agricultural practices, including recently launched climate-smart agricultural projects, climate-resistant fisheries, and adaptive capacity strengthening of our rural population through climate-resilient and diversified livelihoods. These actions are vital for safeguarding our people and ecosystems. However, our strides to combating climate change through adaptation and mitigation means are mainly hindered by lack of financial resources necessary to invest in clean energy, resilient infrastructure, and adaptive measures. As countries most affected by climate change, our shared goal must be to bridge the gap between aspiration and action through global cooperation. We encourage the international community to honor their commitments to international agreements, particularly the Paris Agreement. Adequate and predictable funding, structured for quick disbursements and not tied up in complex red tape, is essential to support countries like ours as we embark on this transformative journey. We call upon the developed countries that have contributed more to the accumulation of greenhouse emissions to deliver on their promise and increase financial support to vulnerable nations so as to enable them to undertake the necessary transitions and build climate-resilient societies that is critical to meeting the SDG targets. Excellencies, as we transition, we must also adapt to the climate impacts that are already here and those that are yet to come. We must protect our communities and ecosystems from the unavoidable effects of climate change. Our communities need support and strategies to build their resilience. Education and awareness creation should be the cornerstones of our approach. We must educate our citizens about climate change, foster a sense of stewardship, and inspire them to participate actively in our efforts to transition and adapt. We must view climate education as an investment in the future, which requires the effort of all. In conclusion, let us remember that climate change does not discriminate based on nationality or wealth. It is incumbent upon us to act together with determination and urgency. We would once again reaffirm our readiness to play our part in the global effort to combat climate change and create a better world for future generations. Our NDC is ambitious enough to contribute our fair share to achieving the net zero emissions target. Together we can achieve our climate goals through collective action. We can ensure that finance, climate transition and adaptation are not just themes for discussion, but cornerstones of our shared future to have a healthy and wealthy planet. I thank you, and let us work together for a more sustainable and resilient world.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. David Choquiohoncha Caspidis, Vice President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Los pueblos originarios de la Madre Tierra nunca se han adaptado al mundo del divisionismo y del desequilibrio. Han resistido la colonización genocida y el imperialismo y el capitalismo sin dejar de danzar, sembrar y cosechar. Durante siglos los operadores de la geopolítica de dominación han vulnerado y saboteado el flujo natural de la complementariedad en todas las manifestaciones de vida. Las doctrinas religiosas, políticas, económicas, jurídicas, genetistas y medioambientalistas del Occidente y de la modernidad han fabricado relaciones de poder y dominación, las guerras, el sufrimiento y la pobreza en el mundo. A la humanidad se le niega a vivir en complementariedad, equilibrio y armonía, y es conducida a las guerras, a matar la vida y a morir. Hoy se practican múltiples sabotajes contra la vida. Los mayores sabotajes son el hackeo de la información genética de la madre tierra para reemplazar la vida natural por la vida sintética, la sustitución de la inteligencia natural por la inteligencia artificial, la creación de la doctrina y dogma del cambio climático para reafirmar los mandamientos y paradigmas occidentales y capitalistas como leyes universales. El egocentrismo, la codicia del antropoceno son la génesis de la crisis climática, que es una larga historia de injusticias, mentiras y hipocresías. El mal desarrollo del norte global ha causado el desequilibrio planetario, usando la rueda motriz de la trilogía colonialismo, patriarcado, capitalismo, que gira propulsada por el empobrecimiento y dependencia continua y sin límites del sur global. El norte global multipolar se otorga derechos que contravienen los derechos del sur. Los países ricos del norte global arguyen que no tienen dinero, pero gastan fortunas en la industria militar y en genocidios como el de Ucrania y Palestina. Los países en desarrollo acuerdan libre y voluntariamente un camino ancho para el norte global y muy angosto y sacrificado para el sur global, que los conduce hacia el precipicio de su autodestrucción voluntaria. Los programadores del mundo utilizan la Convención de Naciones Unidas del Cambio Climático para subyugación de la mente de la humanidad al dogma del cambio climático que crea la utopía de un capitalismo descarbonizado y un único demonio que es el carbono. El mundo empieza a repetir mecánicamente las consignas de una ciencia contraria a toda justicia climática y al respeto de los derechos de la madre tierra. Los dueños del sistema, dueños de la ciencia, dueños de la banca, dueños de la industria armamentista, culpan por sus fechorías a los pueblos y a la madre tierra, pero todos sabemos que la única culpa la tiene su ciega devoción a su dios dinero, que como Cronos, el dios griego, está devorando a sus propios hijos. Es por ello que convocamos a los pueblos originarios del mundo, porque son los que pueden desenmascarar las mentiras y revelar la verdad para hacer respetar y defender la cultura de la vida y de la madre tierra, desenmascarando la recolonización del carbono basado en el consentimiento libre y voluntario de sus víctimas sumisas y inconscientes, despertar el potencial de sus sabidurías ancestrales y milenarias para despolarizar la polarización del norte global multipolar versus sur global multipolar para vivir todos en complementariedad, equilibrio y armonía. Los pueblos originarios son la esperanza para salvar a la madre tierra de las múltiples crisis originadas por la civilización occidental neocolonial, capitalista, imperialista y patriarcal. Solo reconociendo sus raíces, la humanidad será libre. Negándose a sí misma, seguirá siendo sometida y dominada. Es hora de reparar y sanar la vulnerada complementariedad entre los pueblos y entre todas las manifestaciones de vida. Es hora de volver al camino de la verdad, de la complementariedad, armonía, equilibrio y la paz. No hay justicia climática sin el encuentro entre la ciencia y la vida. No hay justicia climática sin aceptar que la naturaleza del ser humano es inteligente y no es artificial. Callar a los pueblos del mundo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, I have the pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Goncalves Lourenço, President of Angola. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Sua Excelência, Sua Alteza Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, chefe de Estado dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, Sua Excelência Dr. Sultan Hamed Al Jaber, presidente da Cop28, Excelências chefes de Estado e de Governo, Excelência Sr. Simon Steele, secretário executivo da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas, prezados delegados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. É com a mais elevada honra que me dirijo às distintas delegações presentes nesta 28ª Conferência das Partes da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas, expressando desde já os nossos agradecimentos às autoridades dos Emirados Árabes Unidos pelo acolhimento que nos foi reservado à nossa chegada a esta cidade de Dubai. Destaco a relevância muito especial que o evento assume, por se tratar de uma ocasião em que faremos a primeira avaliação global do Acordo de Paris, em cujo âmbito será avaliado o impacto das políticas que temos implementado conjunta e individualmente, com o propósito de alcançarmos o objetivo que consiste na mitigação das graves consequências das alterações climáticas que têm assolado o nosso planeta. É claro que, em consequência dos efeitos dessas alterações, os nossos países são, de entre outros, o segmento mais afetado pelas mudanças climáticas, sobretudo porque há uma incidência bastante nefasta deste processo no dia a dia das pessoas, na sua atividade produtiva, na sua mobilidade e qualidade de vida. Excelências, fazem parte das prioridades centrais em todos os programas e estratégias de desenvolvimento sustentável que delineamos na República de Angola, a questão das alterações climáticas, as quais consideramos uma preocupação crítica, merecendo por isto uma atenção especial, sempre com a finalidade de reforçarmos a nossa resiliência face aos efeitos dessas mudanças, que já têm atingido de forma muito séria o povo angolano na sua vida cotidiana, pelo risco de destruição dos ecossistemas de diferentes espécies em algumas regiões do nosso país. Encaramos com muita firmeza e empenho todas as questões relativas às mudanças climáticas, o que está refletido na Estratégia Nacional para as Alterações Climáticas 2022-2035, onde constam iniciativas e visões alinhadas com a Agenda 2063 da União Africana e com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável das Nações Unidas. Realçamos a nossa aposta nas energias renováveis, que representam um dos principais pilares da adaptação às alterações climáticas, constituindo um passo decisivo no processo de transição energética. Estamos decididos a alterar a matriz energética nacional, privilegiando as fontes de produção de energias limpas com a construção de aproveitamentos hidroelétricos e de parques fotovoltaicos, que fazem com que mais de 65% dos atuais 6.400 megawatts da energia produzida no país sejam já de fontes ecologicamente recomendadas por serem amigas do ambiente. Com o programa em curso de extensão da Rede Nacional de Transporte e Energia, das principais fontes de produção localizadas na bacia do Baixo Kwanza para as províncias do leste e do sul do país, nossa ambição para os próximos 4 anos é a de descontinuar a utilização das centrais térmicas que ainda alimentam algumas parcelas do território nacional, o que vai representar não só uma grande poupança financeira, como um grande benefício ambiental, com a redução significativa da queima de combustíveis fósseis na geração de energia elétrica. A República de Angola está a construir novas e a ampliar antigas barragens hidroelétricas que têm proporcionado ao país um aumento significativo da sua capacidade de produção de energia elétrica e gerado um excedente que pode atender às necessidades dos países da SADC, sobretudo com a conclusão do aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculo-Cabaça e o início das obras do projeto binacional da barragem hidroelétrica de Bainos, sobre o rio Cunene, para Angola e a Namíbia. No contexto dos esforços que temos empreendido para aumentar de forma expressiva a nossa capacidade de produção de energias renováveis, temos estado a dedicar uma atenção muito especial à implementação de projetos fotovoltaicos em algumas zonas do nosso país, decorrendo deste facto uma enorme redução do consumo anual de diesel e, por consequência, uma contribuição para a mitigação dos efeitos da poluição e para a satisfação das necessidades em termos de energia elétrica das populações dessas localidades. Ainda neste domínio, gostaria de realçar que Angola tem um projeto de produção de hidrogênio verde e os seus derivados, a iniciar no próximo ano, enquanto trabalhamos em projetos para a redução das emissões de dióxido de carbono e do gás metano na indústria petrolífera, como nossa contribuição na luta contra o aumento da temperatura global que tem afetado o nosso planeta de uma forma crescente. Angola tem vindo a ser vítima do fenômeno de seca severa no sul do país, com efeitos devastadores sobre a vida das populações e da vida animal. Este fenômeno, que ocorre no sul de Angola, ciclicamente, e noutras partes do nosso planeta, mostra-nos a todos que é importante agir no sentido de prevenir as catástrofes de dimensão variável no futuro, com medidas de redução das emissões de gases de efeito estufa para garantir um planeta mais habitável e seguro para as gerações vindouras. Em virtude das consequências das alterações climáticas, Angola teve que procurar soluções endógenas, urgentes, para salvar populações inteiras dos efeitos da seca, investindo largos milhões de dólares na construção de um canal com 165 quilômetros de extensão e várias albufeiras de retenção na região do Cafo, na província do Cunene, uma infraestrutura que permitiu resolver o grande problema que se vivia nessa zona e ajudou a criar condições que não existiam antes para o desenvolvimento da agricultura familiar, que influiu na melhoria do quadro nutricional com efeitos benéficos sobre a saúde pública e o bem-estar daquelas comunidades. Dois outros projetos de maior dimensão, o Dundu e do Calucuve, estão a ser construídos na mesma província, estando projetada a construção de 6 outras grandes barragens de retenção de água na província do Cunene, todas no âmbito do amplo programa de combate aos efeitos da seca no sul de Angola, região mais afetada do país. Estamos a desenvolver com organizações ambientalistas nacionais e estrangeiras um ambicioso programa de educação ambiental virado sobretudo para as crianças, alunos, estudantes e jovens no geral. Com as mesmas organizações, estamos a trabalhar com algum sucesso no projeto de plantação de milhões de mudas de mangues para a recuperação e preservação dos mangais ao longo da vasta costa marítima angolana. Nesta luta contra as consequências nefastas das alterações climáticas, temos contado com o apoio de importantes parceiros internacionais, com os quais trabalhamos para desenvolver um sistema de apoio às informações de alerta e aviso sobre esse fenômeno na região angolana a que fiz alusão, de modo não só a prevenirmos de uma forma mais eficaz contra esses problemas, mas também a definir uma combinação de diferentes soluções que se considerem as mais adequadas. Excelências, no quadro das amplas medidas que o governo angolano vem tomando, no sentido de aperfeiçoar todos os mecanismos ao seu alcance, com o propósito de desempenhar um papel importante no contexto dos esforços globais para a preservação do ambiente, inscreve-se na Estratégia Espacial Nacional de Angola a iniciativa que consiste na observação da Terra por via do satélite, que está sendo negociado com o consórcio europeu Airbus, para a detecção e o mapeamento de derrames de petróleo no mar, o fornecimento de dados sobre a deflorestação e áreas de exploração ilegal de madeira, o seguimento de manadas da vida selvagem nos principais parques nacionais e reservas ambientais, o monitoramento do cumprimento das normas ambientais na atividade mineira, incluindo ainda uma solução tecnológica destinada a dar suporte à monitorização do cumprimento dos indicadores dos 17 Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Consideramos importante que se defina nesta Cop28 um roteiro em que fiquem estabelecidas as etapas a percorrer, de modo que sejam honrados os compromissos assumidos na COP de Glasgow, em que ficou definido o objetivo de se duplicar o financiamento às medidas de adaptação até o ano 2025. Ao projetar-se um novo objetivo de financiamento climático para o período pós-2025, deverá ser tomado em consideração todo um conjunto de fatores que não debilitem e nem fragilizem as economias dos países em vias de desenvolvimento, que não estão capazes de abdicar de um momento para o outro dos recursos naturais, fontes de divisas, designadamente o petróleo, como a principal fonte de receitas de que dependem de forma considerável para garantir o desenvolvimento econômico e social dos países. Gostaria de aproveitar esta oportunidade para salientar que Angola submeteu à Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas para as Alterações Climáticas em 2015 a sua primeira contribuição nacional para a redução das emissões de gases de efeito de estufa, mantendo com a mesma determinação o objetivo de alcançar a redução das emissões de gases em 35% até 2030, se conseguirmos assegurar os necessários financiamentos. À margem desta Cimeira do Clima, Angola vai aderir às iniciativas das Nações Unidas e de outras organizações internacionais especializadas sobre a descarbonização da indústria do petróleo e do gás e sobre a necessidade da medição e redução das emissões de gases poluentes, como o dióxido de carbono e o gás metano, com metas ambiciosas no quadro da batalha que a humanidade trava contra as alterações climáticas. Excelências, realizou-se em Luanda, em dezembro do ano passado, a Cimeira de Chefes de Estado e Governo da Organização dos Estados de África, Caraíbas e Pacífico, durante a qual Angola assumiu a presidência da organização. Procuraremos defender os interesses e preocupações da organização, que se centram, entre outras, nas questões relativas às mudanças climáticas, tendo em conta que uma boa parte dos países que a integram estão particularmente expostos a este fenómeno e as graves consequências que dele derivam, como a subida assustadora dos níveis dos oceanos e mares, que ameaçam fazer desaparecer do mapa algumas ilhas do Pacífico e do Caribe. Permitam-me sublinhar a importância que assume para os países destas três regiões do mundo a questão dos recursos financeiros destinados ao clima, colocando-se com grande premência a necessidade de se estabelecer, no decurso desta Cop28, o quadro de um novo acordo para o financiamento necessário à realização de programas ao nível global no âmbito da ação climática. Congratulamos-nos com o facto de se ter finalmente aprovado nesta Cop28 o Fundo de Perdas e Danos, pela grande relevância que tem para este grupo de países que estão entre os mais vulneráveis do mundo aos impactos das alterações climáticas. Procurando expressar o sentimento geral da Organização dos Estados da África, Caraíbas e Pacífico, gostaria de sublinhar a necessidade da COP28 na formulação de uma nova arquitetura financeira para o clima, considerar a justiça climática como um dos seus pilares mais sólidos. Realçamos a necessidade do cumprimento das reiteradas promessas de contribuições financeiras e acesso aos financiamentos em condições abonatórias para os países menos industrializados, menos desenvolvidos, com destaque para os pequenos estados insulares mais ameaçados com os fenómenos ambientais nefastos resultantes das alterações climáticas. Acredito que a crescente sensibilidade dos povos e nações do mundo para as questões que se prendem com o clima pode levar a que nesta COP28 se reforce a importância da solidariedade entre todos para que as metas preconizadas, quer nesta COP28, como nas anteriores, sejam encaradas com mais empenho e mais determinação, por forma a alcançarmos-las dentro dos prazos que nós próprios temos vindo a estabelecer. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kosia Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for your astute leadership in guiding our 28th Conference of Parties business, and wish you and your team success in our work and outcomes. Let me also thank the government and people of UAE, our gracious host, for their preparation and the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Each COP, Mr. President, Tuvalu is ever so encouraged by the good intentions and goodwill pronounced and announced through our beautifully crafted speeches made in these institutions as well as in other platforms the world over. But this said, Mr. President, we must always gauge our efforts by what is happening to our environment and to the people who are affected in the front line. And one begs the question whether we are delivering in our COP objectives and outcomes. As we reflect back to the transformative spirit of our Agenda 2030, we recall in 2015 that the 2030 Agenda envisages a world of universal respect for human rights and human dignity, the rule of law, justice, equality and non-discrimination, of respect for race, ethnicity and non-discrimination, cultural diversity, and of equal opportunity, permitting the full realization of human potential and contributing to a shared prosperity. That spirit, Mr. President, is now winning, as the scientific evidence attests to a pathway of an increase in the global average temperature to well above 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels. For a country with the highest point of about 2 meters above sea level, we just could not afford to waste one day. At the capital, where 60 to 70% of the population of Tuvalu lived on, every month's high tide, we are seeing 40% of the land covered with seawater intrusion. So sea level rise, Mr. President, is no longer something that we are expecting to happen in the future. As we speak now, it is happening in my country. Mr. President, Tuvalu therefore is proactively seeking responses and solutions and not sitting on its laurels by any imagination. In the past UNGAs and COP meetings, we announced that we are developing a long-term adaptation plan, LTAP, the Lafinga of which we are still trying to secure financial assistance to realize it. The Rising Nation Initiative, RNI, now expanded as the CSET to include all nations which are affected by sea level rise. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty to phase out new oil drillings, coal and gas production. The Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, and recently the Philippine Union Treaty with Australia. The Philippine Union Treaty is not a solution, but a response, a platform prepared for the people of Tuvalu. This platform offers hope for the future of Tuvalu and Tuvaluans. So, Mr. President, Though I applaud the current status of loss and damage and the inflow of funding supports, it is our hope that the challenge on the accessibility to the fund is limited or is eliminated. Moreover, the challenges facing by the global community on price surge caused by crises around the world has shifted and created competition amongst nations' budget priorities. Mr. President, all the challenges we face warrant a call to all countries to take part to address them. I therefore urge members of the UN to recognize the contribution from the Republic of China and Taiwan to assist with the climate change challenges, health issues, and so forth. Mr. President, I come to this COP with high hopes and refer to COP28 as a COP of hope. The priority of the Tuvaluan people is to stay and continue living on our God-given land. Therefore, we need not only hope and reassurance, but determined action. Every initiative, every dollar, every commitment, and any assistance to fight against this existential threat are very much needed. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of Germany. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Exzellenzen, meine Damen und Herren! Erstmals seit dem Klimaabkommen von Paris ziehen wir hier in Dubai Bilanz. Wo also stehen wir als Weltgemeinschaft? Noch ist es möglich, dass wir die Emissionen in dieser Dekade so weit senken, dass wir das 1,5 Grad Ziel einhalten. Aber die Wissenschaft sagt uns ganz klar, wir müssen uns dafür sehr beeilen. Aller geopolitischen Spannung zum Trotz. Denn der Klimawandel bleibt die große weltumspannende Herausforderung unserer Zeit. Wir haben alle nötigen Mittel, um diesen Herausforderungen zu begegnen. Die Technologien sind da: Windkraft, Photovoltaik, elektrische Antriebe, grüner Wasserstoff. 2022 sind so viele Gigawatt erneuerbare Energien ans Netz gegangen wie noch nie. 1,3 Billionen Dollar wurden weltweit in saubere Energien und Technologien investiert, so viel Geld für den Klimaschutz wie noch nie. Die Nachfrage nach fossilen Energien hat sich verlangsamt. Der Höchststand ist in Sichtweite. Deutschland treibt diese Entwicklung mit Nachdruck voran. Als erfolgreiches Industrieland wollen wir 2045 klimaneutral leben und arbeiten. In der Europäischen Union und in Deutschland haben wir deshalb für weniger Bürokratie und mehr Tempo beim Ausbau erneuerbarer Energien gesorgt. So haben wir den Anteil der erneuerbaren Energien an der Stromversorgung auf ein neues Rekordhoch gesteigert, von 45% vor 3 Jahren auf fast 60% heute. Und Deutschland nimmt weiter Fahrt auf. Aber auch weltweit wollen wir zu mehr Tempo beim Klimaschutz beitragen und die Energiewende zu einer globalen Erfolgsgeschichte machen. Wir müssen jetzt alle die feste Entschlossenheit an den Tag legen, aus den fossilen Energieträgern auszusteigen, zuallererst aus der Kohle. Dafür können wir bei dieser Klimakonferenz die Segel setzen. 3 konkrete Vorschläge möchte ich Ihnen dafür heute unterbreiten. Erstens machen wir den Ausbau erneuerbarer Energien zur energiepolitischen Priorität Nummer 1 weltweit. Einigen wir uns hier in Dubai auf 2 verbindliche Ziele, zum einen auf die Verdreifachung des Ausbaus erneuerbarer Energien und zum anderen auf die Verdoppelung der Energieeffizienz, beides bis 2030. Solange wir noch auf Gas angewiesen sind, müssen wir es so klimafreundlich wie möglich erzeugen und transportieren. Methanemissionen der Energiewirtschaft können wir einfach und günstig reduzieren. Wir sollten dafür hier in Dubai den globalen Methan-Pledge als wichtigen Beitrag zur Senkung der Methanemissionen anerkennen. Mein zweiter Punkt betrifft unsere internationale Zusammenarbeit. Wir brauchen Formate, in denen wir gemeinsam Lösungen für die Herausforderungen der Transformation entwickeln. Konkret, pragmatisch, Schritt für Schritt. Mit 36 Staaten haben wir gestern den Klimaclub gegründet, um gemeinsam die globale Transformation des Industriesektors zu beschleunigen. Mein herzlicher Dank gilt Chile als Co-Vorsitz und auch allen anderen Staaten für ihr Engagement und die guten Ergebnisse, die wir schon jetzt erreicht haben. Wir bleiben da nicht stehen. Ein weiteres drängendes Thema ist die Reform der internationalen Finanzarchitektur. Dieses Jahr sind wir da zum Beispiel bei der Weltbank ein gutes Stück vorangekommen. Das muss weitergehen in enger internationaler Zusammenarbeit. Mein dritter Vorschlag dreht sich um Solidarität und Verantwortung. Deutschland hat sein Ziel, mindestens 6 Milliarden Euro pro Jahr für die internationale Klimafinanzierung bereitzustellen, schon im Jahr 2022 übertroffen. Rechnet man die dadurch gehebelten Mittel dazu, kommen wir auf rund 10 Milliarden Euro jährlich. Deshalb bin ich zuversichtlich, dass wir unser Ziel, gemeinsam mit den anderen Industriestaaten 100 Milliarden Dollar jährlich für den internationalen Klimaschutz bereitzustellen, ebenfalls erreichen. Wir unterstützen damit die Wälder und den Schutz der Biodiversität, die Anpassung an Klimaveränderungen und die Minderung des CO2-Ausstoßes weltweit und besonders in den verwundbarsten Ländern. Das meinen wir mit Solidarität. Für diese Solidarität steht auch der Fonds zum Umgang mit Verlusten und Schäden, die der Klimawandel verursacht hat. Vorgestern wurden hier in Dubai die Eckpfeiler des Fonds von 197 Staaten einvernehmlich angenommen. Zu diesem Erfolg werden auch wir beitragen. Konkret stehen 100 Millionen Dollar aus Deutschland bereit und 100 Millionen Dollar von unserem Gastgeber, den Vereinigten Arabischen Emiraten. Für uns ist wichtig, dass dieser neue Fonds den verwundbarsten Ländern zugutekommt und dass wir möglichst viele von uns diesen Fonds unterstützen. Denn Verantwortung tragen auch die Länder, deren Wohlstand in den letzten 3 Dekaden enorm gewachsen ist und die heute großen Anteil an den weltweiten Emissionen haben. Wir brauchen auch ihre Unterstützung. Dann werden wir den Erwartungen und Herausforderungen gerecht, die die Welt an uns alle richtet. Schönen Dank.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. George Manevia, President of Liberia. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, heads of states and government, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for hosting the United Nations Climate Change Conference, Cop28, here in Dubai. I'm also grateful for the warm welcome extended to my delegation since our arrival in the beautiful city of Dubai. As we convene here at Cop28, I stand before you in recognition of the unprecedented challenges our world faces today due to climate change. In the wake of COP26 and COP27, the year 2023 has been characterized by record-breaking heat, droughts, flooding, and other disasters caused by climate change, which have occurred with increasing frequency throughout the year.
Our shared commitment to the 2015 Paris Agreement demands a candid assessment of our progress. The extraordinary climate shock experienced this year are not only the wake-up call, but a call to actions, urging us to re-evaluate the progress we have made so far towards achieving our aspirational goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030. If after such review we conclude that we have not done enough to meet these climate goals, then it is the responsibility of all countries present here at Cop28 to adopt an imperative and more realistic agenda to implement and transform key climate-related decisions into concrete actions and credible plans, and increase the level of financial and other commitment on climate change issues, with an aim to fight back climate emergency and promote more coordinated actions to combat climate change. In an address 2 years ago at COP26 in Glasgow, I call attention to the inherent imbalance in the current architecture of climate change financing and suggested that there needs to be a fundamental shift in the way that we tackle this mismatch in climate investment. Today, let me reiterate that major greenhouse gas emitting countries will need to develop new initiatives for emissions reductions and not only fulfill, but significantly increase the financial pledges that they have previously made for funding United Nations climate financing initiatives. At the same time, care should be taken to overhaul and regulate carbon credit financing mechanisms to ensure more transparency and accountability so that they are not used merely as an avenue for high emitters to avoid responsibility for reducing emissions. Vulnerable nations such as Liberia will require more financial support to protect us from the ravages of global warming and climate change. Funding for adaptations and mitigation is crucial, and compensation for the loss and damage already inflicted must be an urgent consideration. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, in our shared stewardship of this global village, let our deliberations at COP28 culminate in resolute decisions and practical initiatives. I challenge each of you to contribute to the preservation of planet Earth, our only home, for the sake of generations yet unborn. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Votre Altesse, Monsieur le Président des Émirats Arabes Unis, Majesté, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames, Messieurs, tout protocole observé. Gloire soit rendue à Dieu qui nous a rassemblés dans cette belle ville de Dubaï autour d'un sujet qui éveille l'attention de tous, le changement climatique, un des défis les plus pressants de notre planète. Avant tout propos, j'adresse mes vifs remerciements au président des Émirats arabes unis pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité légendaire qui nous ont été réservés depuis notre arrivée. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, la Cop28 me donne l'agréable opportunité de joindre la voix du Burundi à celle du monde qui en appelle aux actions concrètes et urgentes pour secourir la planète. Le Burundi verdoyant, longé de cours d'eau et de lacs et riche en biodiversité, subit de plein fouet les effets du changement climatique que nul n'ignore. Pour y faire face, le Burundi, tout comme d'autres pays signataires de l'accord de Paris, s'est engagé à travers le document de contribution déterminé au niveau national et a intégré la protection de l'environnement, le renforcement de la résilience au changement climatique et la sécurité alimentaire dans les politiques nationales et dans la vision du Burundi, pays émergent en 2040 et pays développés en 2060. Comme vous le savez, les aléas climatiques n'agissent pas seulement sur l'environnement physique, ils affectent aussi la bonne santé des populations. À cet effet, le Burundi a pris en compte les mesures sanitaires dans le plan d'atténuation du changement climatique et a battu le record dans le récent rapport de l'Alliance mondiale pour le changement climatique en s'alignant en tête de liste des pays ayant le plus pris en compte la santé de la population dans leur plan d'atténuation. Plusieurs initiatives de protection et de restauration des paysages ont été prises, notamment un vaste programme national de reboisement dénommé Ewe Burundi Urambaye, le Burundi couvert, la promotion de l'agroforesterie, le traçage des courbes de niveau, etc., tout en impliquant bien sûr toutes les couches de la population. J'aimerais saluer à cette occasion la mise en place du fonds pertes et dommages dans le souci de soutenir les efforts des pays moins polluants dont le Burundi fait partie pour renforcer leur résilience au changement climatique et mieux contribuer à la régulation du climat mondial. Avant de clore mon propos, je réitère l'appel à une synergie d'efforts pour concrétiser nos discours par des actions. J'ose espérer également que de cette COP28 sortiront des réformes qui allégeront les lourdes procédures d'accès aux mécanismes de financement déjà existants. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Amoa Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have 180 seconds to address you. And in 180 seconds, we really need to understand what we face. We want to thank all for the progress that we've made so far, whether it is loss and damage, the fund that has been created but really needs now to be properly capitalized, the recognition that loss and damage alone, however, is only a part of the equation, because for every dollar that we spend before disaster, we can save $7 in damage and indeed in loss of lives. The truth is that we are in danger of being sucked in to an international media frenzy that allows us only to capture that which can be captured in a soundbite. Our world is more complex than that, and we continue to need significant funds for adaptation for countries that simply will not be met unless there is a different approach to how we address both the capitalization of the international financial institutions, the commitment of countries, and indeed the recognition that non-state actors and individuals need to come to the table to add to the capitalization. If not, we will not
make it possible for countries to access the funds necessary to avoid the damage. We live now in the age of superlatives. And in the age of superlatives, we've seen this year 1/3 of the days of the year exceed 1.5 degrees. In Glasgow, I said this was a death sentence. It is a death sentence for many. And the reality is that unless we change course and adopt the policies that can in fact help mitigate that increase in temperatures, we are going to see far more lives lost and far more damage done. The reality is that the global methane agreement that the world needs to see has not yet come. And while we are seeing countries move towards greater regulation, we need to be able to have concrete action with respect to the controlling of methane, largely because its damage in the near term is far greater than even CO2. Where is it going to be found for the progress to be made and to avoid the tipping point? We need oil and gas companies to agree to fix the leaks in their pipelines and to ensure that they also stop the flaring. The bottom line is that there have been voluntary commitments, but that has not gotten us very far. We need strong regulation and compliance to ensure that we can minimize the extent to which that continues to lead and hurl the world into hotter temperatures. Similarly, we need to make sure that waste management practices as well as farming practices are changed in order to be able to control the level of methane that the world is seeing. The science must be simple. To turn down the heat, you simply have to turn down the methane. And until we accept that, we will go over a tipping point. Secondly, we need to change our attitude towards access to capital. And I'm not going to say, I'm tired saying it. Long-term capital is needed in order to be able to stop us from being able to choose or force us from having to choose between people and planet. The Bridgetown Initiative, the Paris Plan for Action, all of it sets out that these are tipping points that we need to pass. And since I've passed my tipping point for 180 seconds, I've asked the world simply, let us agree to leave here with a global methane agreement, and let us agree that we have not yet fully unraveled what is necessary to turn the opportunities for countries into reality by making long-term capital available. We need new players at the table in terms of the insurance companies and in terms of the credit rating agencies and the bank regulators. If not, we will be speaking to each other and not seeing the level of progress that we need to see with respect to unlocking the financial conundrum that will give countries relief to be able to save each other. I pray that the world will find it possible to restore trust and to allow the multilateral system truly to work, but we need clarity as to where the locus for decision-making must be if these things are to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is no other collective effort as demanding as solving the climate crisis. I thank our host, the United Arab Emirates, who is committed to finding climate solutions. We have a clear to-do list to keep the 1.5 degree scenario alive. Estonia strongly supports the Presidency's call for a paradigm shift. We need decisiveness to translate words into action. In Estonia, we already act. We place climate at the center. Our message is the economy must fit into the environmental boundaries. In Estonia, we embrace the twin transition. With the help of modern technology, we align our society, our economy and mindset with a sustainable future. It is necessary to cut emissions and boost renewable energy at the same time. We must triple renewable energy globally by 2030 and improve energy efficiency while phasing out fossil fuels. I encourage every country to join the pledge. We need both an ambitious negotiation outcome as well as pledges to strengthen national targets. Early signs are promising. We cannot afford to be distracted by the geopolitical scheming of those who use ecocide as a tool of warfare. Earlier this year, Russia destroyed the Novakhovka Dam in Ukraine with no regard for the catastrophic environmental consequences and also endangering the nearby nuclear power plant. Russia's full-scale aggression has a global impact, including to food security. Vast areas of arable land need to be rid of mines and pollution caused by Russia. It's vital we join our efforts not only to reduce the global impact of ecocide, but to help Ukrainians to stop the aggressor and rebuild their country sustainably. Responsible countries come together for our common future, and Estonia wishes to lead by inspiration. Today, digital is enabling our green reform. Estonia's parliament has adopted a new renewable electricity target of 100% by 2030, more than tripling our level of renewables production. We plan to reduce emissions by 80% already by 2035 compared to 1990 levels. It is a bold ambition since until very recently our energy production was dominated by fossil fuels. Bold ambition is necessary, especially now as we take stock of the implementation of the Paris Agreement for the first time. On climate finance, I'm pleased to announce Estonia's contribution of 1.1 million euros. We pledge 1 million to the Green Climate Fund and equal contributions to the UNFCCC Trust Fund for supplementary activities and the new Loss and Damage Fund. Small countries contribute to solving the climate crisis, and this year our public, private and third sector solutions are on no display in our first ever national pavilion. I've not yet spoken about our greatest treasure, young people. The new generation takes climate justice issues into their hearts and their minds. We must believe in them. In the face of climate change, people must be empowered, knowledge and tools need to be shared. You say climate crisis, we say let's act. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia. You have the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like first to thank the Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, as our really excellent host here in Dubai. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a sense of urgency and a call to action that I address you today on behalf of Croatia, which has experienced record flooding, the most violent and devastating storm in its history, repeated exceptional tides, and the hottest year ever recorded. Unfortunately, the alarms of climate change are ringing louder than ever, every day. And the grim reality is that global warming is accelerating rather than slowing down. Greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise when it is urgent that they decrease. For the first time in the history of humankind, on November 17th, we exceeded the symbolic threshold of 2% of global warming since the beginning of the industrial era. Not so long ago, this seemed unthinkable. This is a clear warning that we must do much more to curb climate change. However, we are doing the opposite. Half of the cumulative CO2 emissions emitted over the past 2 centuries have been emitted over the past 3 decades, and they continue to grow. It is now clear that the initial goal set by the Paris Agreement to keep global warming below 1.5% Celsius is no longer within our reach. Without a radical breakthrough, the cumulative emissions inevitably leading to a 2% warming will be reached in 2 decades. This means that we have very little time left to act. Worse yet, efforts must now be intensified to stay below 2%, and the challenge already seems monumental. But this is nothing compared to the consequences that such warming would cause if we did not prevent it. Scientists are unanimous. It would cause migrations on an unprecedented scale, disrupt the political and economic stability of the world, and threaten biodiversity, food security and world peace. We must do everything to avoid such a catastrophic scenario, which requires our collective action. Croatia distinguishes itself within the European Union with our 5th rank for electricity production from renewable sources and our 8th rank for gross energy consumption from renewable sources. We have demonstrated our commitment to a sustainable future. Our 12th position worldwide in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals reflects our determination to integrate sustainable growth into our national priorities. We have taken significant steps by introducing environmental management in public administration and incorporating eco-friendly criteria in our green public procurement. Croatia's carbon pricing has already led to a 43% reduction in CO2 emissions, and we are extending the emission trading systems to the transport and construction sectors. As the 18th global tourist destination, we strongly advocate for sustainable tourism. Innovative legislation is underway, giving more consideration to the interests of local communities and providing them with tools to mitigate the impact of tourism on the environment. Clean energy is the future. With substantial geothermal potential, Croatia is preparing numerous projects that will serve as renewable, stable and independent sources of electricity production. The DONES project, a joint effort of Croatia and Spain, explores ways to harness fusion, a clear nuclear energy akin to the power that fuels the sun, within a few decades. Croatia is participating in the Hydrogen Valley project, which brings together several countries in the northern Adriatic region. Aimed at enhancing cooperation in research and innovation, this flagship initiative aspires to develop a green hydrogen supply chain, where Croatia aims to play a significant regional role in the future. Even if Croatia is not a big polluter, we aspire to redouble our efforts because the future of our children is at stake. If Croatia, which recovered from a devastating war 3 decades ago, can now do more than its share, it would be to the credit of the largest and the richest nations not to do less. This is all the more important when we know that the richest 10% are responsible for half of CO2 emissions, while the poorest half of humanity only generates 8% of emissions. More than ever, we must act without delay and in proportion to our impact on global warming. Croatia is determined to play its full part as a reliable partner within the COP Convention. Thank you very much for your attention and all the best.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Islands. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Kia ora, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to our generous hosts, the United Arab Emirates. The remarkable hospitality that we have experienced reflects the collaborative spirit we desperately need to address the pressing threats of climate change, a threat to our very security and way of life. I will focus my remarks on 3 critical issues. First, the urgent need for a robust, first, global stocktake. This stocktake must starkly outline our current shortcomings in global climate action and offer viable solutions. The blunt findings of the 6th IPCC assessment report are grim. Our present efforts fall drastically short of meeting the Paris Agreement goals. Climate change is not a looming threat. It is our daily reality in the Pacific. We still have a chance to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, but only through immediate, decisive action. Secondly, the issue of climate finance. To put it plainly, the world must fulfill its financial commitments. It is as simple as that. In 2022 last year, the IMF reported that $7 trillion was spent on fossil fuel subsidies. Yet the global commitment to $100 billion per year to the Paris Agreement continues to struggle for fulfillment. A mere reallocation of $1.50 from every $100 spent on fossil fuel subsidies could easily finance this commitment. In today's economic climate, the previously agreed upon $100 billion per year is now merely a starting point. To effectively alter our current trajectory, the need for enhanced support is not just immediate, but overdue. In that vein, reforming international financial institutions to facilitate accessible climate finance without exacerbating debt is critical. I therefore commend the efforts like those of the Asian Development Bank in initiating new financing modalities, offering more accessible terms for high-income countries like the Cook Islands. 40-year loans with 10-year grace periods at 1% interest mark a significant start to essential financial reforms. I urge others to adopt the example of the ADB. Small island developing states like the Cook Islands did not create this climate disaster. We shouldn't have to pay the heavy price for protecting ourselves from its impacts. Hence, simplifying access to climate finance is imperative for swift and effective action. Despite substantial commitments to the high-level GCF replenishment, accessing such funds remains a daunting task for many nations. Last month, Pacific leaders, under the Cook Islands chairmanship, endorsed the Pacific Resilience Facility at our 52nd annual forum. This facility was born out of necessity to address the unique needs of the Pacific, especially for adaptation. In that vein, I express the gratitude of the substantial initial seeding of $50 million by the government of Saudi Arabia, and also contributions from those from the United States and the People's Republic of China and Australia toward this Pacific Fund. These generous contributions demonstrate a growing and much-needed commitment to Pacific nations. We therefore call on the remaining G20 nations to join their fellow members in contributing to the Pacific Resilience Facility. My final point speaks directly to this conference's theme, inclusivity. We must adopt a new mindset, as urged by our Cop28 President, embracing bold and innovative solutions to meet the challenges of reducing carbon emissions. In this spirit, I refer to the Critical Minerals Programme of the Cook Islands. Guided by the best available science and the full adoption of the precautionary principle, my people are exploring the potential of critical metal supply from our ocean minerals, not as an act of defiance, but as a commitment to find solutions. We urge the world not to fear the unknown, but to join us fearlessly in the pursuit of science and knowledge to strengthen the global energy transition. Through collaboration, we can protect our environment while meeting our development and climate action needs, ensuring that no one is left behind. I invite global leaders and partners to join us in these vital initiatives, bringing constructive and material support to the Pacific in this context. I congratulate the United Arab Emirates on its new $30 billion fund for global climate solutions, seeing it as a promising resource for furthering shared goals in our climate journey. Excellencies, consider the plight of those on the front lines of an environmental war that we did not initiate. Ask ourselves, what if this were my home? What if this were my family? How would you act? The Pacific, constantly under siege from sea level rise and extreme weather events, is a testament to the global implications of climate inaction. Respect, commitment and shared humanity must be the cornerstones of our actions, propelling us towards a successful outcome at COP28. For the Cook Islands and my fellow small island nations, success at COP28 is 1.5 degrees. There is no alternative credible path. COP28 is now our best opportunity to bring our world back on course towards a sustainable, resilient and just future. Our actions today will determine the legacy we leave for our future generations, and the Cook Islands is ready to unite, act and deliver on our collective mission here at COP28. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are all aware that the current global emissions reductions fall short of the goal of the Paris Agreement. Climate change is intensifying and its effects as well. We are facing day by day greater and more complex challenges, but our focus on the environment must be maintained. We need to enhance our climate ambition and swiftly accelerate the implementation of climate commitments already taken. Romania has some of the lowest emissions per capita in the European Union and holds a firm commitment to accelerate mitigation measures. We aim at reducing our emissions with roughly 80% from 1990 levels by 2030 and move afterwards at a fast pace towards climate neutrality. Romania's national energy mix will consist of 86% renewable energy by 2050 at the latest, completed by low-carbon energy such as nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to also acknowledge the synergies between climate action, education and developing green skills. For example, the REPower EU programme brings nationally €2 billion in investments for renewable energy and green skills development. The vast majority of Romanian youth finds learning about climate change in school essential to their engagement in climate action. Therefore, climate and environmental education is becoming more and more important in the Romanian school curricula. Excellencies, climate action is an important pillar of our diplomatic engagement with regional and global partners. Climate education, biodiversity protection, climate-resilient food production and low-carbon energy generation are at the core of the Romanian climate diplomacy. We are keen on advancing projects on these areas with like-minded partners. Romania is also very engaged with global partners, including from Africa, the Middle East and Latin America, to facilitate training and know-how sharing on managing emergency situations and implementing early warning systems. These areas are growing in importance in the context of the devastating effects of climate change. I will conclude my intervention with a call to ambitious engagement and to action for our planet and for the well-being of all our citizens, present and future generations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of Greece. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of the climate crisis has never been clearer. Equally, the benefits of a faster transition to a net zero economy have never been more obvious. Greece embodies this dichotomy probably better than many countries. In just a few weeks, we experienced forest fires that burned over 1% of our landmass and rains that brought more water in a single day than most places receive in a year, causing unprecedented floods. And yet, alongside this climate devastation, a new Greece is emerging. We have cut our coal use by over 80%. We are growing our economy at a much faster pace than the Eurozone average while reducing emissions. In total, our emissions are down by 43% from 2005 as we turn increasingly to renewable energy. This is one of the best performances of any European country. Last year, our penetration of wind and solar was the 7th highest in the world, and our installed capacity was the 5th highest on a per capita basis. The wind and sun now generate over half of our electricity, and they shield us from the energy crisis that Russia caused when it invaded Ukraine. The environmental, economic, but also geopolitical benefits of a rapid transition to renewable energy have never been more obvious. We are renovating our homes and our offices at an unprecedented rate. We are building a carbon capture and storage value chain for our heavy industry. Our islands are laboratories of cutting-edge sustainability practices. And as a world leader in maritime transportation, we take very seriously the responsibility of decarbonizing shipping, as long as we preserve our competitiveness and ensure a global level playing field. And we will soon harness one of our greatest untapped potential, offshore wind, and in particular, the winds of the Aegean Sea, an energy source that will literally redraw the energy map of the region. Our investments in energy come alongside our focus on resilience. Our early warning system, the 112 number, has proven to be a lifesaver. One message can literally mean the difference between life and death. And we need more such cost-effective and scalable technologies. Our societies are not prepared for the climate crisis that is already with us. We must devote more resources to resilience. The adaptation gap is as important as the emissions gap, and Europe has an important role to play in that direction. As we build the future, we cannot forget the past. We must ensure a just transition for the communities that got us here, and we have a responsibility to our shared cultural heritage, to protect endangered monuments from the wrath of climate change. And in doing so, I firmly believe that we will discover ancient wisdom, how to build, grow, and thrive in harmony with nature. This wisdom will come from every corner of the earth. We have so much to learn from one another and from our ancestors. And this challenge is as much about artificial intelligence as it is about ancestral intelligence. Dear colleagues, our challenge is immense, but we cannot not minimize the progress that we have made. Let us instead draw strength from it as we step into the next and most important part of our common journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here at Cop28, we must recognize that we face serious threats of irreversible change. We must stick to our goal to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Iceland welcomes the synthesis report by the IPCC and strongly supports its guidance on effective climate action. We have moved dangerously close to the 1.5 degree target as we take stock of the Paris Agreement. The good news is that we are seeing a burst of climate action in many countries and economic sectors, including a record investment in renewable energy. The price of green technologies is going down. All this is positive. However, the bad news is that progress is too slow. We need to do more to cut emissions, a lot more. We need to accelerate a clean energy transition, scale up green solutions, increase nature-based solutions, and make sure that those who pollute pay. But we also need to do less. Our economic systems are focused on maximizing production and consumption rather than sustainability and well-being, and this needs to change. Transitioning into clean and sustainable energy is critical for the health of our Earth, and Iceland supports the phasing out of fossil fuels. And subsidies of fossil fuels need to end. We should not burn public money to cook the planet. Instead, we should scale up support for clean solutions and just transition. We need to improve our food systems, alleviate hunger, improve nutrition and lower carbon emissions of food production, especially in developed countries. Blue food from the ocean has great potential in providing quality nutrition with a low carbon footprint. Iceland maybe does not count among the world's biggest emitters, but small states have a role to play. And Iceland has a role to play, not least in advancing green solutions from geothermal utilization to carbon mineralization. Iceland has put into legislation to become carbon neutral no later than 2040. My government will not issue licenses for oil exploration in Icelandic waters. We are implementing a legislation on the circular economy. We have set ourselves ambitious climate goals, including working on decarbonizing all major sectors. Climate action is central to Iceland's international development cooperation policy and will feature even more prominently in our plan for the next 4 years. My government is committed to mobilizing increased funding to climate financing, and we are proud to take part in the establishment of the new fund for loss and damage. Our contribution to begin with will be $600,000. We will also raise contributions to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. The global community needs to concentrate on the perils of climate change and environmental degradation. The right to a healthy and sustainable environment is a human right, and we need to base all our actions on that ground. Let us focus our minds at this important meeting with its global stocktake and give a clear message that we will do what it takes to save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. António Costa, Prime Minister of Portugal. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Senhor Presidente, Excelências, o propósito que nos junta nesta Cop28 não podia ser mais premente. São-nos exigidas ações imediatas para evitar uma catástrofe climática. Portugal está determinado a atingir as metas do Acordo de Paris e quero aqui anunciar que vamos mesmo assumir objetivos mais ambiciosos. Desde logo, a antecipação em 5 anos para 2045 da nossa meta de atingir a neutralidade carbónica. Mas para alcançar as metas de longo prazo, são necessárias ações de curto e médio prazo. Há um mês, Portugal atingiu um novo recorde. Durante 6 dias consecutivos, a totalidade da eletricidade consumida teve origem em fontes renováveis. Este sucesso não diminui a nossa ambição. Queremos acelerar a transição para as energias renováveis. Até 2030, iremos multiplicar mais de 2,5 vezes a capacidade instalada de renováveis. 85% da produção de eletricidade terá origem em renováveis e seremos líderes no mercado offshore flutuante. A experiência de Portugal testemunha que o combate às alterações climáticas é sobretudo, uma oportunidade. O investimento nas renováveis foi uma garantia de estabilidade quando a invasão da Ucrânia pela Rússia abalou a segurança energética da Europa. Em Portugal, a transição climática representará, sobretudo, uma enorme oportunidade. Uma oportunidade, desde logo, para a investigação e desenvolvimento, para a inovação. Uma oportunidade de investimentos, muitos deles já em curso, de 85 mil milhões de euros nas próximas 2 décadas, cerca de 35% do nosso produto interno bruto. Investimentos no solar, no eólico offshore, mas também no hidrogênio verde e em outros gases renováveis, em biocombustíveis e em combustíveis sintéticos, na valorização do lítio e no desenvolvimento da sua fileira industrial. E ainda na nova indústria que a energia verde promove, desde a mobilidade elétrica até ao aço verde. Estes investimentos são uma oportunidade para criar mais e melhores empregos, uma oportunidade para Portugal ser a plataforma da indústria verde da União Europeia. Mas é crucial que a transição energética seja justa e não deixe ninguém para trás. Essa é para nós uma questão central e um desafio com o qual também já nos deparamos com o encerramento das últimas 2 centrais a carvão em 2021. Investir na qualificação e na requalificação e combater a pobreza energética são, por isso, também uma prioridade. Excelências, o investimento em políticas sustentáveis tem um custo financeiro significativo e desproporcional nos países em desenvolvimento. Por essa razão, Portugal vai investir ao longo desta década mais de 68 milhões de euros na cooperação internacional para o clima. Em junho, assinámos com Cabo Verde e ontem com São Tomé e Príncipe compromissos inovadores para a conversão da dívida em financiamento climático. Até 2005, vamos converter 15,5 milhões de euros da dívida em investimento nos fundos de climáticos destes 2 Small Island Developing States. E em 2025, acreditamos que a avaliação positiva deste primeiro passo nos permitirá generalizar esta conversão em investimento da totalidade da dívida de Cabo Verde e de São Tomé. Este ano, aumentámos também as verbas para a cooperação internacional. Quadruplicámos ontem o nosso compromisso com o Green Climate Fund. E posso anunciar que iremos contribuir com 5 milhões de euros para o novo Fundo de Perdas e Danos sobre o Clima. Não há ação climática, excelências, sem ação oceânica. O nexo clima-oceano é central na nossa estratégia. Antecipamos, por isso, para 2026, a meta de classificar 30% da área marinha e ainda a semana passada demos um passo importante ao criar a área marinha protegida do Recife do Algarve. E queremos continuar a investir nesta área, designadamente através do desenvolvimento do Observatório Climático do Oceano e promovendo o empreendedorismo e as startups ligadas à economia azul. Uma palavra final para a importância da proteção ambiental. Este ano já alcançamos o objetivo de garantir proteção legal a 30% do território nacional. Estamos empenhados numa reforma da floresta que previna estruturalmente os incêndios florestais. Ao longo dos últimos anos, triplicámos o investimento na gestão de fogo, dando clara prioridade à prevenção. E a semana passada aprovámos a instituição do mercado voluntário do carbono, de modo a mobilizar investimentos privados para acelerar as ações de mitigação. Excelências, Inverter a trajetória que levará o nosso planeta à ruptura exige uma ação mais rápida, mais concreta e mais ambiciosa, como nos pede o secretário-geral das Nações Unidas, António Guterres. Muitas vezes ouvimos dizer que não há planeta B. A verdade da história é que o planeta já existia antes da humanidade e provavelmente pode sobreviver à humanidade. O que nós sabemos é que a humanidade não sobreviverá a si própria e que não há humanidade B. É mesmo por nós, por aqueles que nos sucederão, pelos nossos filhos, os nossos netos, os netos dos nossos netos, que nós temos de agir já e hoje. E é por isso que Portugal permanecerá um parceiro empenhado nesta transição. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Rumen Georgiev Radev, the President of Bulgaria. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for hosting this year's conference, and congratulations on your National Day. Once exceptional, extreme weather events like wildfires, floods, storms and droughts that are now occurring with increased frequency demand decisive actions. Therefore, we expect Cop28 to streamline the political guidance, especially on the global stocktake, resulting from the high-level events and intense negotiations that will shape our collective commitment to climate action. Rising to the challenge of climate change requires a holistic approach to accelerate the transition towards sustainable, low-carbon economic models. Bulgaria has experienced significant economic growth and transformation in recent decades. Presently, our greenhouse gas emissions have decreased by more than 50% compared to base year, one of the biggest reductions in Europe. Today, however, the efforts to climate-neutral transition should go far beyond emissions targets. Our main challenge is to guarantee the sustainability of this transformation without compromising the standard and quality of life of our citizens and the competitiveness of our economies. Overcoming this challenge requires systematic innovative approach and harnessing the latest technology achievements. Examples of innovative technologies for decarbonization can be seen at the Bulgarian Pavilion during this conference. Furthermore, to drive the transition responsibility, we must ensure that our education, health, social and economic systems are adapted to protect the most vulnerable, which is especially relevant for children. In that respect, let me highlight that Bulgaria is one of the first signatories in Europe of the Declaration on Children, Youth and Climate. To promote the fulfillment of children's right to a healthy environment. Mr. President, one of the expected outcomes of COP29 is to figure out the COP29 presidency. Facing an unprecedented deadlock in the Eastern European group, Bulgaria, as one of the candidate countries, has been extremely constructive and proactively seeking for compromise in the process. We will continue with this responsible approach to find a solution towards a smooth transition between COP28 and COP29. In conclusion, I would like to assure you that my country remains actively engaged in advancing our climate agenda, and we will work with other parties towards a sound, positive outcome of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to kindly remind all that the speech should be 3 minutes. Thank you. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway.
Madam President, we are in Dubai to carve out a clear way forward for a 1.5 target and climate resilience. Energy transition is the linchpin of a roadmap for ambition and action. We must join forces behind collective commitment to phase out use of unabated fossil fuels. And phasing out means also rapidly phasing in renewables. Norway supports a call for global tripling of renewables and doubling of energy efficiency by 2030, at a speed and scale to achieve global peaking of greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. This transition must include all and leave no one behind. Norway has joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance and the Clean Energy Transition Partnership for this COP, Madam President. Decarbonisation requires a scale-up of technologies and solutions, as well as the creation of new technologies and new solutions, and they need to be well coordinated. In Norway, almost all new sold cars are now electric. Innovative maritime industry and forward-looking policies have resulted in 200 low and zero-emission ships in our waters. The transition is happening. This is the beginning, and we will expand zero-emission shipping nationally as well as globally with our Green Shipping Initiative here at the COP. Carbon capture and storage is a necessary tool for decarbonising hard-to-abate sectors. Norway is moving ahead on technology development and piloting full-scale solutions for carbon capture and storage, demonstrating that this technology can be carried out safely and permanently. And then, Madam President, climate change mitigation and nature conservation are linked together. We must protect nature. Today, we are witnessing outstanding political leadership in forest preservation and protection from Brazil, Indonesia, Colombia and others. Cop28 must give tropical forest nations assurances that the world will support their work. And I can assure you Norway remains a predictable partner. Madam President, last year Norway met its target of doubling climate finance, providing a total of 15.5 billion Norwegian crowns. We are committing to triple our contribution to adaptation finance by 2026. Devastation effects of climate change are already evident. I salute the President of the COP for having reached agreement on a loss and fund which is now being created and agreed upon at this summit. Norway will do its part, and I am pleased to announce that we will be contributing to funding arrangement for loss and damage, and I'm pleased to announce a contribution of $25 million from Norway to this end in 2024. Madam President, we are now at the midway point between Paris and 2030. Had it not been for Paris, we would have had a much greater challenge, but there is still a long way to go. Let us together ensure that COP25 concludes with a roadmap to 1.5 and climate resilience. There is no time to lose. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Xavier Espot Zamora, Prime Minister of Andorra. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, mon pays fête cette année le 30e anniversaire de son adhésion aux Nations Unies. Au cours de ces 3 décennies, nous avons fait de la lutte contre le changement climatique une de nos priorités. La volonté de l'Andorre est de jouer un rôle actif dans la promotion de la transparence et de la responsabilité en matière d'action climatique. C'est pourquoi nous avons publié et soumis déjà 4 rapports biannuels d'actualisation et nous sommes un des premiers États à avoir livré le premier rapport biannuel de transparence dans le cadre du mécanisme de transparence renforcé. L'Andorre a approuvé une mise à jour de sa contribution déterminée au niveau national et relevé son objectif de réduction des émissions pour l'année 2030, conformément à ce qu'établit le pacte de Glasgow qui vise à réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 55% d'ici à 2030. Pour notre pays, la décarbonation progressive de notre économie est un impératif. Notre objectif est donc d'augmenter la production nationale d'électricité en assurant un pourcentage d'énergie renouvelable qui ne pourra être inférieur à 75%. Madame la Présidente, l'Andorre est un pays de haute montagne, vulnérable au changement climatique. Jamais auparavant, une question n'avait suscité un tel consensus, ce qui nous a permis de mettre en place un cadre solide d'action et de continuité. Le Parlement andorran a approuvé à l'unanimité la loi sur la transition énergétique et le changement climatique, le cadre légal nécessaire pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et atteindre la neutralité carbone en 2050. La mise en place d'un prix du carbone de 30 € par tonne nous a permis de créer un fonds vert intégralement destiné à avancer vers une mobilité plus durable avec la mise en place du transport public gratuit. Il finance également des programmes d'aide relatifs à l'efficacité énergétique, à l'installation de sources d'énergie renouvelable dans le bâtiment et à l'acquisition de véhicules électriques. Madame la Présidente, les écosystèmes de montagne tels que le nôtre ont été identifiés par le groupe d'experts intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat comme faisant partie des écosystèmes les plus vulnérables au changement climatique. C'est désormais connu, plus on monte haut en altitude, plus les effets du changement climatique se font sentir. Les zones de montagne sont les réservoirs de notre planète et des territoires de biodiversité riches et très fragiles. Malgré les précieux services écosystémiques fournis, les montagnes ne reçoivent toutefois toujours pas l'attention appropriée dans nos processus communs. Elles sont en effet sous-représentées dans le système d'observation mondiale. Les montagnes doivent donc devenir une priorité dans le cadre d'une action mondiale. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons travaillé au cours des derniers mois pour mettre en lumière la vulnérabilité de nos montagnes et qu'elles aient leur place dans l'agenda mondial, et nous continuerons ainsi à le faire. Parce que ceux d'entre nous qui habitons dans les régions de montagne ou qui en dépendent avons besoin aussi d'un avenir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. Your Eminence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to read an extract of the address that Pope Francis was to deliver here, which will then be published in full. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, sadly, I am unable to be present with you as I had greatly desired. Now, more than ever, the future of us all depends on the present that we now choose. The destruction of the environment is an offense against God, a sin that is not only personal but also structural, one that greatly endangers all human beings, especially the most vulnerable in our midst, and threatens to unleash a conflict between generations. We must answer now these questions. Are we working for a culture of life or a culture of death? To all of you, I make this heartfelt appeal. Let us choose life. Let us choose the future. Yet a world completely connected, like ours today, should not be unconnected by those who govern it, with international negotiations that cannot make significant progress due to positions taken by countries which place their national interests above the global common good. Particularly striking in this regard are the attempts made to shift the blame onto the poor and high birth rates. It is not the fault of the poor, since the almost half of our world that is more needy is responsible for scarcely 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, while the gap between the opulent few and the masses of the poor has never been so abysmal. The poor are the real victims of what is happening. We need to think only of the plight of indigenous peoples, deforestation, the tragedies of hunger, water and food insecurity, and forced migration. Birds are not a problem, but a resource. They are not opposed to life, but for life, whereas certain ideological and utilitarian models now being imposed with a velvet glove on families and peoples constitute real forms of colonization. The development of many countries already burdened by grave economic debt should not be penalized. Instead, we should consider the footprint of a few nations responsible for a deeply troubling ecological debt towards many others. It would only be fair to find suitable means of remitting the financial debts that burden different peoples, not least in light of the ecological debt that they are owed. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak to you as brothers and sisters in the name of the common home in which we live, and to ask these questions. What is the way out of this? It is the one that you are pursuing in these days, the way of togetherness, multilateralism. It is essential to rebuild trust, which is the foundation of multilateralism. This is true in the case of care for creation, but also that of peace. These are the most urgent issues, and they are closely linked. How much energy is humanity wasting on the numerous wars presently in course? How many resources have been squandered on weaponry that destroys lives or devastates our common home? Once more, I present this proposal. With the money spent on weapons and other military expenditure, let us establish a global fund that can finally put an end to hunger and carry out works for the sustainable development of the poorer countries and for combating climate change. It is up to this generation to heed the cry of peoples, the young and children, and to lay the foundations of a new multilateralism. Why not begin precisely for our common home? Climate change signals the need for a political change. Let us emerge from the narrowness of self-interest and nationalism. These are approaches belonging to the past. Let us join in embracing an alternative vision. This will help to bring about an ecological conversion, for there are no lasting changes without cultural changes. In this regard, I would assure you of the commitment and support of the Catholic Church, which is deeply engaged in the work of education and of encouraging participation by all, as well as in promoting sound lifestyles, since all are responsible and the contribution of each is fundamental. Brothers and sisters, it is essential that there be a breakthrough That is not a partial change of course, but rather a new way of making progress together. May this COP prove to be a turning point, demonstrating a clear and tangible political will that can lead to a decisive acceleration of ecological transition through means that meet three requirements. They must be efficient, obligatory, and readily monitored, and achieved in four sectors: energy efficiency, renewable resources, the elimination of fossil fuels, and education in lifestyles that are less dependent on the latter. Please, let us move forward and not turn back. You are responsible for crafting policies that can provide concrete and cohesive responses, and in this way demonstrate the nobility of your role and the dignity of the service that you carry out. In the end, the purpose of power is to serve. It is useless to cling to an authority that will one day be remembered for its inability to take action when it was urgent and necessary to do so. History will be grateful to you. May the year 2044 mark the breakthrough. I like to think that a good omen can be found in an event that took place in 1224. In that year, Francis of Assisi composed his Canticle of the Creatures. By then, Francis was completely blind, and after a night of physical sufferings, his spirits were elevated by a mystical experience. He then turned to praise the Most High for all those creatures that he could no longer see, but knew that they were his brothers and sisters, since they came forth from the same Father. Shortly thereafter, he praised God for those who forgive. I too, who bear the name Francis, with the heartfelt urgency of a prayer, want to leave you with this message. Let us leave behind our divisions and unite our forces. And with God's help, let us emerge from the dark night of wars and environmental devastation in order to turn our common future into the dawn of a new and radiant day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda, Prime Minister of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I congratulate the presidency of this Cop28 for hosting this conference and thank the government of UAE for extending a warm hospitality to my delegation. Madam President, I bring the message of 30 million Nepali people to this conference. Our message is clear. Mountains are tortured by rising temperature. Save them first. I am deeply concerned about the finding of the recent IPCC report that states climate-induced disaster-breaking records in the Himalayas. We have already lost 1/3 of our glaciers, and scientists have warned that we are going to lose another 1/3 by the end of this century. This is a wake-up call to all of us. The Himalayas are foundation of human civilization, ecosystem and biodiversity. They are providing global services to the people and the planet and are the source of livelihood for billions of people downstream. Madam President, Nepal is bearing a direct, disproportionate the damaging effect of climate change despite near zero contribution to global emissions. Due to an appalling injustice inflicted on us, our people are severely affected by climate-induced disasters such as landslide, floods, wildfire, glacier lake outburst, drought, etc. This is an utter injustice. This must stop now. In his opening remarks yesterday, the United Nations Secretary General said, and I quote, "Just days ago, I was on the melting ice of Antarctica. Not long ago, I was among the melting glaciers of Nepal. These two spots are far in distance, but united in the crisis," unquote. Similarly, in his recent visit to Nepal, he said further, and I quote, "Stop war against the nature," unquote. This was his reaction after having witnessed the disastrous impact of climate change in the mountains. Indeed, it is a war against nature as well as humanity. We are waging war with ourselves and the future generation only to satisfy our short-sighted and self-serving interest. So, I stand here for climate justice for my innocent people who are sheer victims of this catastrophe. Madam President, recently I unveiled the National Adaptation Plan and NDC implementation guideline with clear roadmap and strategies. Nepal is fully committed to the Paris Agreement. We are committed to achieving a net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2045, 5 years earlier than the global target. We will fully utilize our hydropower potential to secure the clean energy and maintain 45% forest covered land. However, our attempts to implement climate change adaptation and mitigation plans are facing serious financial and technological gaps. LDCs are more vulnerable to the impact of the climate change and are in desperate need of financial and technological support. As the chair of the LDCs, I urge the developed economies and international community for more predictable, adequate and equitable resource and technologies for LDCs. Countries like Nepal are left behind to live on their own fate. Therefore, I want to reiterate the following points. Number one, developed countries' pledges and action do not correspond with each other. They must raise their ambitions and fulfill their commitment urgently. Number two, they must scale up climate finance to make up for the $100 billion shortfall and double the adaptation finance by 2025. And ensure fair financial arrangement without condition, constraint, and compliance. Third, we demand grants as our justice to address this crisis. The loss and damage fund must be predictable, simplified, and adequate for LDCs and mountainous countries. The GST report must give a clear roadmap to all, and we must act in solidarity with urgency. Number 6, finally, I strongly recommend the necessity of initiating a dialogue on mountain and climate change. I wish a grand success of this conference. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would kindly like to remind the speakers to hold their speech within 3 minutes. And now it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Petr Fiala, Prime Minister of Czechia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank the United Arab Emirates for hosting this critical conference. Climate change is one of the biggest global challenges of our time. Risks linked to it affect everyone, but some regions face higher dangers than others. Our partners across the world deal with serious challenges, from extreme weather to lack of water, which I saw during my visit to Africa last month. This is why we support the UN Secretary General's early warnings for all. It is a bold vision. It says that everyone should be protected from weather, water or climate hazards by 2027. By the same year, Czechia is ready to give $4 million for the activities of the Green Climate Fund. It will help developing countries to face climate change and adapt to its impacts. My country supports the Paris Agreement of the EU climate and energy goals, including the goal of carbon-neutral economy by 2050. We are taking steps to stop coal for electricity and heating by 2033. In part, this can be achieved by renovating buildings and developing renewable energy sources. But I want to be clear that the success of our wider climate goals is fundamentally dependent on nuclear energy. This is a good thing. Nuclear power is both reliable and clean, so we should use its benefits. One way is the development of a new generation of modular reactors. A global nuclear renaissance can be an effective solution for our challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are many links between the environment, sustainable living conditions, and the global peace. We cannot have one without another. We should keep that in mind when we try to solve global problems and when we help people out of poverty and adapt to climate change. As a top priority, we must always collaborate internationally, and we must innovate and research for a better life for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Robert Abela, Prime Minister of Malta. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests, and more importantly of all, dear friends. Allow me to start by thanking and also congratulating the leadership of the United Arab Emirates for the Cop28's impeccable organization and also for the ambitious outcomes the COP presidency aims to achieve. Science has always been very clear, but today we are not just dealing about possible shocking events. Today we are dealing with an alarming reality that some of us have been going through, particularly coming from a country within the Mediterranean basin like Malta, who have experienced one of the most challenging summers in history. It was during the COP21 in Paris that the momentum for putting a cap of not more than 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature was set. This is no mean feat, but by acting seriously together, we can achieve the ambitious targets that we have set. Malta is one of the smallest islands in the world, with an area of around 316 square kilometers. Potentially, it can be one of the worst hit too. Being small does not mean that we should do less. We understand the challenges in front of us and the responsibility that we have. That's why we are punching far above our weight. Being a European Union member state, we are working hard to achieve a 55% emission reduction by 2030 as compared to 1990 levels. Malta has also achieved a lot in these past years, but we want to be more ambitious and to do much more. Having the lowest gross emission per capita among the EU member states means that our efforts need to be sturdier. In the past 10 years, we have managed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from the energy sector by 60%. We have increased our renewable energy share from 10 megawatts in 2012 to 230 megawatts in 2021. However, that is not enough. We want and we will do more with ambitious projects in the pipeline. Our onshore area, through, is quite limited. Our offshore potential, however, is immense. This does not come without its own challenges, particularly when it comes to the bathymetry around our islands. But challenges make us push and work harder. Saying that we want to be climate neutral by 2050 is a conviction we are working hard on. We are committed more than ever in having the first global stocktake during Cop28 that can truly help us achieve the systematic changes we need to reach our ambitions. Change requires reforms, particularly when it comes to unlocking private financial investments to achieve climate neutrality and to make sure that we channel the right financial flows through global economic systems, ensuring accessibility by the most vulnerable states. We will always walk the talk. Nationally, our very own water utility company has been one of the very first European utility companies to issue green bonds for retail investors. Internationally, in the past 4 years, Malta has doubled its contribution to the Green Climate Fund twice. Today, 17% of our overseas development aid is earmarked for capacity building in adaptation to climate change. As a small island state, as a leader of a small island state, I have a clear appeal to all. Sea level rise is a reality and should be considered as a global security threat. It implies that no state should lose any of its rights because of sea level rise. We will continue emphasizing this message as champions of the coalition on addressing sea level rise and existential threats. Through our Island for Islands initiative, we will continue supporting SIDS and we will continue our leadership position in promoting the nexus between climate change and health. We are extremely satisfied to see many parties joining this important initiative. It always seems impossible until it's done, had stated Nelson Mandela. And there is no better time than today for such an important statement. Let's join forces and enable humanity to reverse this existential threat. On a final note, Madam President, please allow me to also congratulate the United Arab Emirates for celebrating today its National Day. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of Italy. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, this summit for which I thank the leadership of the United Arab Emirates is a key moment in our efforts to contain global temperature rise to within 1.5 Celsius. We have reached the first global stocktake, and while there are reasons to be optimistic, the goal remains far off. Cop28 must be a turning point. We are called upon to set a clear direction and enact concrete actions, reasonable but concrete, such as tripling the world's renewable energy generation capacity by 2030 and doubling the global rate of annual energy efficiency improvements, as also outlined by the Presidency. Italy is doing its part in the decarbonization process, and it does it in a pragmatic way. That means with a technology-neutral approach, free from unnecessary radicalism. My idea is that if we want to be effective, if we want environmental sustainability that does not compromise the economic and social sphere, what we must pursue is an ecological transition and not an ideological one. We are gradually replacing coal-fired power generation with renewables. We have adopted a new energy and climate plan, and we are investing resources and attention on biofuels, so much so that we are among the founders of the Global Biofuels Alliance. In the European context, we have charted a path to carbon neutrality by 2050 and to reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. But we are also committed to ensuring through the EU Fit for 55 programme a multi-sectoral approach that strengthens labour markets and mitigates the impact on our citizens. And this is an essential point, because if we think that the green transition can result in unbearable costs, particularly for the most vulnerable, we condemn it to failure. Italy intends to direct an extremely significant share of the Italian Climate Fund, whose overall endowment is €4 billion, to the African continent. Not, however, through a charitable approach, because Africa does not need charity. It needs to be put in the condition to compete on an equal footing in order to grow and prosper thanks to the multitude of resources that the continent possesses. A cooperation between equals, rejecting paternalistic and predatory approaches. Energy is one of the cornerstones of the Mattei Plan for Africa, the cooperation and development plan on which Italy is working with great determination to build mutually beneficial partnerships and support the energy security of Africa and Mediterranean nations. And we are also in this way working towards becoming a strategic hub for clean energy by developing the necessary infrastructure and generation capacity in our homeland and in the Mediterranean. After the Rome Conference on Development and Migration, 2 new financial instruments were established to address the root causes of migration, combat human traffickers, guarantee the right not to emigrate. And we will continue to support the Green Climate Fund also in the next cycle, and as I have already announced it yesterday, we will contribute with €100 million to the new Loss and Damage Fund, strongly pursued by the Emirates Presidency. And all these priorities will also be at the heart of Italy's G7 presidency in 2024. I want to thank, in conclusion, the Emirati Chair, Sultan Al Jaber, and express my congratulations for a COP28 of absolute success. We are all aware, colleagues, that many of the efforts that we are making today will likely produce visible results when many of us no longer have roles of responsibility. But doing it anyway, not for ourselves, but for those who come after us, defines the value of our leadership. As Warren Buffett wrote, there is someone sitting in the shade today because someone else planted a tree long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Hussein Al-Arnouz, Prime Minister of Syrian Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب الجلالة والسيادة والسمو، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، السيد رئيس المؤتمر، أتقدم بخالص التهنئة والتحية والشكر لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على الترتيب والتنظيم الجيد لمؤتمر الأطراف الثامن والعشرين وعلى حفاوة الاستقبال، كما أشكر أمانة اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية حول التغير المناخي على كل ما بذلته من جهد لعقد هذا المؤتمر الهام. لقد انخرطت سوريا جديا في الجهود العالمية لمواجهة التغير المناخي والحد من آثاره والتكيف معها. لقد حان الوقت للعمل الجاد لدفع العمل المناخي إلى الأمام وتسريع وتيرة خفض الانبعاثات من خلال التحول في مجال الطاقة وإدارة استخدام الأراضي على نحو متكامل ومستدام، والتحول إلى نظم غذائية مستدامة، وتفعيل نظم الحد من الخسائر والأضرار والوفاء بالالتزامات. وإن توفير التمويل هو حجر الزاوية في العمل المناخي، إذ أن التخفيف والتكيف والحد من الخسائر والأضرار وتكنولوجيا المناخ كلها تتطلب التمويل الكافي. الحضور الكريم، تعاني سوريا من آثار التغير المناخي، ويتجلى ذلك بتراجع الهطولات المطرية وتفاقم ظاهرة العواصف الغبارية وموجات الجفاف التي أدت إلى تفاقم مشكلة التصحر وحدوث خلل في توزيع الأمطار وحدوث الفيضانات المطرية الخاطفة والموجات الحارة. وما يزيد من حدة هذه الآثار ويضاعفها هو أثر الحرب الإرهابية على البيئة السورية من ازدياد معدلات تلوث الهواء بنسبة كبيرة نتيجة للأعمال الإرهابية والاستيلاء على خطوط وآبار النفط وحرقها وتكرير النفط بالطرق البدائية في المناطق الخاضعة للاحتلال الأمريكي شمال شرق سوريا، وتسرب النفط إلى البيئة المحيطة وتلوث التربة وجزء من المياه السطحية والجوفية وحرق مساحات واسعة من الغابات. يضاف إلى ذلك انخفاض كمية المياه في نهر الفرات جراء إخلال دولة المنبع بالتزاماتها الدولية وعدم السماح بمرور الكميات المتفق عليها بموجب الاتفاقيات الدولية، إضافة لما يقوم به الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في الجولان السوري المحتل من اقتلاع للأشجار ودفن للنفايات الخطر، مما يتسبب بتدهور البيئة في هذه المنطقة، وأنه انتهاك واضح للقوانين الدولية. إن ما يزيد من حدة هذه الآثار الضارة هو الإجراءات الاقتصادية القسرية الأحادية الجانب المفروضة على الشعب السوري لجهة نقص حوامل الطاقة، الذي يدفع بعض الناس إلى اللجوء إلى قطع الأشجار بهدف التدفئة وتوقف تنفيذ عدد كبير من المشاريع الممولة دوليا والهادفة إلى حماية البيئة ومواجهة التغير المناخي. إن الجمهورية العربية السورية على الرغم من كل ما تقدم تابعت العمل والالتزام بإجراءات حماية البيئة ومواجهة التغير المناخي وإدماج البعد البيئي في خطط التنمية وإعادة الإعمار، والتزمت وما زالت بالاتفاقيات الدولية التي وقعت عليها في مجال البيئة والتغير المناخي. فقد تم اعتماد وثيقة المساهمات المحددة وطنيا وضمن الالتزامات اتجاه اتفاق باريس وتقوم بتحديثها واعتماد البرنامج الوطني للتغيرات المناخية في سوريا وخطة التكيف مع التغير المناخي وإحداث صندوق التخفيف من آثار الجفاف والكوارث الطبيعية، إضافة إلى اعتماد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للتحول نحو الطاقات المتجددة. أتمنى لهذا المؤتمر الهام النجاح في أعماله، وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm before you not only as the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, but as the voice for small island states suffocating under the weight of a crisis we did not create. Our beautiful islands, once paradises on earth, now stand on the front lines of climate change, a war where we are the greatest casualties, although we are the least contributors to the conflict. We are facing an existential paradox. The smallest contributors to global CO2 emissions, yet among the hardest hit by climate catastrophes. This is not just an environmental crisis. It is a glaring testament to a world where profits are prioritized over people and planet. It is a world where oil and gas conglomerates, shielded by the power of wealthy nations, continue to reap astronomical profits, while the survival of nations like ours hangs in the balance. The irony is as bitter as it is unjust. The global community made promises in Paris, yet the pace of change is lethargically slow and dangerously incremental. We must confront this reality. If we breach the 1.5 degrees threshold, the consequences will be catastrophic, not just for small island states, but for the entire planet. The weapons of mass destruction of our time are not explosive devices, but rising temperatures, scorching droughts, and relentless sea level rise, all consequences of unchecked avarice and apathy. Our proposal for a carbon tax, backed by nations like France and Kenya, is not just a call for action, it is a plea for justice. We stand in firm support for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. It is time to curb the reckless exploitation of fossil fuels. Let me be clear. The path we choose today will determine the fate of generations to come. We call for bold, immediate actions, a relentless pursuit of the 1.5 degrees goal, substantial funding for loss and damage, and transformative financing that respects our vulnerability. We must act with the urgency this crisis demands, and we must act now. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I first wish to offer my thanks to the President and people of Dubai for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality you have bestowed upon us. My congratulations also to the people of the United Arab Emirates on the celebration of today, your National Day. We wish you peace and prosperity. Your Excellencies, time has run out. Thankfully, mercifully, the record-high temperatures experienced earlier this year in the Bahamas did not translate into a catastrophic hurricane season. We were lucky. But tropical storms and depressions did hit us. They caused high levels of rain, extreme winds, widespread flooding, interrupted our power supply, and resulted in significant costs and loss of revenue. Over the coming 6 months, before the next hurricane season begins, we can use the time to strengthen our National Youth Guard. We can build more homes out of the groundbreaking, carbon-negative, ocean-resistant concrete pioneered by a Bahamian company, Patana, headed by entrepreneur Rick Fox. We can also raise more finance using our blue carbon credits, backed by our extensive underwater fields of seagrasses, which absorb more carbon than the Amazon rainforest. We welcome the pledges made in the past 2 days at this COP to the Lost and Damaged Fund. Surely, this puts beyond doubt the debate that the principle has now been settled: the polluter pays. But it has taken 30 years to agree that there should be a fund for loss and damage. And in 13 years, we have not yet hit the original pledge goal of $100 billion per year. So, how long must we now wait to have this new fund capitalized? And how long must we wait before we can access the funds? Time is a luxury we do not have. And so we're left wondering how we should interpret the pledges of this COP. So little pledged, given what is needed. So late in the day, given what is forecast. Is the effort here more to reduce the noise pollution generated by our advocacy, rather than to address the carbon reduction and climate financing so urgently needed? Are we expected to remain quietly grateful? Frankly, we do not understand why everyone does not share our sense of urgency. Doing what is needed to help us also helps you. Will you not act urgently to save yourselves? His Holiness Pope Francis recently exhorted those of us who are leaders to demonstrate the nobility of politics and not its shame. But our truths remain inconvenient and, to my mind, shameful. We still live in a world where financing always seems immediately available for the bullets and the bombs. This is a choice. We still live in a world where narrow economic interests continue to drive an increase in the burning of fossil fuels. This is also a choice. But we have no choice. Our plight is not seen in the images of women and children bleeding in the streets. Our plight is mostly invisible. The slowly warming seawater, slowly rising up through our porous limestone islands. The slowly dying coral, no longer able to support the slowly dying fish. By the time our plight is made visible for all to see, our luck will have run out. It will be too late. The storm will have passed. We can only pray that there is something left to see. Friends, we simply want to live.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Dalton Emani Makamau Tagelagi, Prime Minister of NIU. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, fellow Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, all protocols observed. To the President of COP28, let us stand in truth and in solidarity as we portray the common issues on climate change across our islands, territories, and continents. We will remain strong to fight and keep the 1.5 degrees alive. It's a defining moment for this COP28 to deliver what was promised, an allocation of $100 billion annually. Time is up, and urgent action is now needed to deliver climate finance for loss and damage, adaptation and mitigation. NIU is a net sink and has no responsibility for the causes of climate change. NIU is at high risk of tropical cyclones this season and of drought. 19 years ago, we experienced Category 5 deadly storm. My people are living in fear of another catastrophic cyclone. Residents at low-lying coastal areas have slowly moved to higher ground to avoid detrimental impacts from damaging heavy swells. we are not quite adept as yet. We need resources, financials and tools to ensure early warning, disaster preparedness and climate resilience for Niue. We called on to expedite now access and release of climate finance. The delivery mechanism must be flexible and the mortalities reflect the vulnerability of our islands. I applaud those who have made pledges here at this COP. Pledges must materialize today, not tomorrow. Niue has been very brave and innovative as we have created our very own sustainable financing mechanism, our first public-private trust, the Niue Oceanwide Trust, and a world-first innovative financing instrument called an Ocean Conservation Commitment. This recognizes the value of our ocean space under a strict protection and as a global contribution to planet stability, as well as the means to build resilience and the sustainable blue economy for our people. Our OCC represents the partnership between us and offers the willing to go sponsor a 1 square kilometre of ocean in our large-scale marine protected area for a period of 20 years. This will help us mobilise sufficient predictable resources to invest in a sustainable way to achieve outcomes in climate action, biodiversity protection, SDGs, and security at the same time. At the same time, we'll deliver invaluable climate outcomes for our region and the rest of the world. This is an example of a non-market mechanism under Article 6.8, which we invite others, in particular developed countries, to step up and support so we can actually secure the necessary climate finance we so desperately need and deliver this in a way that will make lasting gains for our people, the region, and the world. Niue contributions hold immense global significance in terms of supporting the long-term stability of our planet and its oceans. Without adequate mitigation, we will not be able to adapt. The global stocktake ensures our survival and our emissions pathways and targets for the future. Our national strategic plan is all about sustainable future that needs economic and social needs while preserving the environment, social stability, and of course our Niuean culture. Embrace the climate traditional knowledge, practices that have supported climate adaptation. We need to support. I'm going to ask for your support of all countries and individuals represented here at Cop28 to unite in solidarity with the people of Niue in our efforts to address the impacts of climate change and to safeguard a more stable future for Niue and the Pacific Blue Continent. Together, we can create a more profound understanding and foster a collective action towards climate resilience. Madam President, may I join the others in wishing His Highness and the people of the United Arab Emirates all the very best for their National Day today, and of course, their being a great host to us all. And thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A kind reminder for the speakers to hold their speech within 3 minutes. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. José Ulises de Pina Correa e Silva, Prime Minister of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Senhora Presidente, Excelências, saúdo calorosamente o Sr. Ahmed Al-Jaber, Presidente da Cop28, a quem formulo votos de muito sucesso. Acreditando nas evidências científicas, Cabo Verde tem a firme convicção de que ainda é possível que o planeta seja protegido do aumento de 1,5 graus centígrados até ao final deste século. O que tem que ser feito tem muita força. É obrigação política de todos os países, de todas as lideranças, colocarem na primeira prioridade a materialização conjunta de soluções e compromissos acordados. O tempo é o fator crítico. A natureza vai seguindo o seu curso, reagindo às condições que o ser humano vai criando por ação e por omissão. Cabo Verde, enquanto CITES, localizado na região árida do Sahel e com ecossistemas muito frágeis, é dos países mais expostos a riscos e consequências de eventos climáticos extremos. Como CITES, encorajamos a definição clara e urgente de mecanismos de financiamento para perdas e danos. Reafirmamos a necessidade urgente de se adotar um índice de vulnerabilidade multidimensional nos critérios de financiamentos para os CITES. Subscrevemos a declaração da OASIS e do Grupo de Negociadores de África. A agenda climática enquadra-se nas prioridades de Cabo Verde, nas nossas prioridades. Para Cabo Verde, a redução da dependência de combustíveis fósseis e o aumento da eficiência energética é um imperativo de natureza económica, ambiental, climático e social. Tem impacto na balança de pagamentos, na redução de riscos económicos e financeiros face a choques externos, na redução de emissão de carbono e na redução da fatura energética, com impacto nas empresas e nas famílias. Atingiremos os objetivos e as metas da ação climática através da definição e implementação de políticas e estratégias integradas de longo prazo, um quadro jurídico e institucional robusto de governança climática, mecanismos de financiamentos e de transparência climática que envolvam o setor público, o setor privado e as parcerias público-privadas. Melhoria da literacia climática e implicação das comunidades locais. Investimentos públicos e privados na transição energética e na eficiência energética, na eficiência hídrica e na economia azul criam oportunidades para a qualificação profissional, emprego digno e empreendedorismo dos jovens. São estes efeitos virtuosos que pretendemos, conjugando a redução de emissões com o aumento da resiliência, a sustentabilidade e a criação de oportunidades económicas. Com Portugal, celebramos um acordo de transformação da dívida bilateral em financiamento climático e ambiental. Demonstramos que, havendo vontade política e confiança entre as partes, podemos avançar com soluções estruturantes que conciliem a dívida com a redução das vulnerabilidades e a ação climática. A transformação da dívida em financiamento climático liberta recursos para investimentos com impactos virtuosos no aumento da resiliência e no desenvolvimento sustentável. Termino desejando que a COP28 seja traduzida por avanços significativos na solução de compromissos e no reforço da capacidade de resposta aos desafios climáticos globais e urgentes. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Leo Varadkar, Prime Minister of Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. A Harja mar Kinnera tá ragart down Aragnuli. Ní raibh lehéid riamh go bhfuil imrí uring ó sard, tá uran ardú an dúchláin, credim is féidirling. Excellencies, as leaders there is a profound responsibility on us and on our shoulders. Never before have the alarm bells been ringing so loudly. We must rise to the challenge, and I believe we can. We cannot prevent climate change. We're well past that point. But by acting urgently now, we can limit its extent and mitigate its worst effects. In mobilising our societies, we must recognise people's concerns and bring people with us, our farmers, our workers, our enterprises and our people. With the high cost of living and high energy prices, many worry about how much the transition will cost and what it will mean for their jobs and incomes and living standards. These are legitimate concerns and we need to hear them. We need to understand where people are coming from and offer reassurance. Change is difficult, but we must do everything in our power to make sure that the transition is just, protecting the vulnerable and leaving nobody behind. And we also need to do a much better job of explaining the benefits of climate action: a livable planet, cleaner air, new jobs and economic opportunities, a more secure world, less conflict over resources, more reliable and more affordable energy, and fewer people on the move from homes that cannot support them anymore. In Ireland, I lead a government that is committed to halving emissions by 2030 and to climate neutrality by 2050. We have a climate law and a carbon budget. We have a new infrastructure, climate and nature fund and a future Ireland fund to help us meet the costs. And this will put billions aside for future investment for future generations. We have a carbon tax which incentivises the shift from fossil fuels with money ring-fenced to ensure a just transition, retrofitting our housing stock, installing EV charging points all over the country and helping farmers to adopt sustainable practices. And we have a new maritime area regulatory authority to oversee Ireland's renewable energy revolution and harness our vast offshore wind potential, powering millions of homes and businesses across the continent with clean, renewable energy. Ireland is a wealthy country, and even so we're struggling to make progress, and we're constantly looking at ways to improve. I'm conscious of the even greater challenges that others here face, particularly the least developed and small island developing states. So the Loss and Damage Fund must begin dispersing finance as soon as possible. Ireland will double our climate finance to at least €225 million a year by 2025, and this year we will invest close to €150 million. And today I'm announcing a contribution of €25 million to the new Loss and Damage Fund for 2024 and 2025. And we will make further contributions thereafter. So, dear friends, let us work together so the world has the financial firepower and the institutions and infrastructure it needs to make the journey that we need to make together. We have to prioritise investment in energy access and low-carbon development for the most vulnerable countries. This COP must also set us on a clear path to a safe and planned reduction of fossil fuels. Excellencies, Secretary-General Guterres has said that the challenge of turning a year of burning heat into a year of burning ambition is with us now. So together, let's rise to that challenge. Thank you very much. Gurmíl Mahagav.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister of Saint Lucia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, the world is in an uncharted territory. There is but a narrow window of opportunity to secure a livable planet for all. With the climate crisis raging around the world, affecting not only small island developing states like St. Lucia and the members of the Caribbean community, CARICOM, but developed countries as well, we are here to join hands together, uniting as a collective to take ambitious action with a sense of urgency to course correct. We are here to ensure that every party answers our call at this COP to put us on a pathway that does not further compromise the futures of not only our particularly vulnerable nations, but all of our nations. The impacts have been devastating to our region. Loss and damage have struck at the core of our economies and our societies. At one extreme, lives and livelihoods have been lost. At the other extreme, our environment is under siege. We welcome the decision to at last make the loss and damage fund functional and look forward to the pledges to make it a reality. We thank the UAE and Germany for taking the first step and look forward to other states joining. Madam President, it is a fact that the international financial environment is ill-suited to support vulnerable countries' access to affordable, sustainable, predictable, and scalable finance. To address these financial challenges, CARICOM states, including St. Lucia, are pursuing readiness projects to better access finance. We are also pursuing innovative financial initiatives from conservation bonds to disaster clauses and exploring new opportunities in carbon markets. We are pushing for a reform agenda for international financial institutions through the Bridgestone Initiative and other new economic measurements that will include our vulnerability, like the CDB's Recovery Duration Adjustment, the RDA. Mr. President, Madam President, we are nearing the 1.5 degrees centigrade warning threshold, and we must put people first before economic ratios and statistics. We must leave Dubai assured of three key messages. We leaders must commit to 1, pursuing 1.5 degrees centigrade pathways for just, equitable, and accelerated transition. 2, accelerate progress in implementation of the global goal on adaptation. Deliver transformative finance for a 1.5 degrees centigrade agenda. The time is now for world leaders to transform our world to a safer place for our children. And in this battle, Taiwan must not be left behind. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Petteri Orpo, Prime Minister of Finland. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for hosting this event. We need multilateralism now more than ever to take effective action against climate change and to ensure food and energy security. The science is clear. We are not on the track to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees. Global warming has already reached 1.2 degrees, causing widespread damage on all continents. Ongoing wars and violence in different parts of the world are only aggravating the impacts. Cop28 marks the culmination of the first ever global stocktake. It is up to us now to act with urgency and determination and make clear political commitments to put us on track. Finland remains committed to supporting developing countries in their climate action. I would like to congratulate the esteemed host of this conference for the landmark agreement on the new fund to respond to loss and damage, and your generous pledge. It is crucial to expand the donor base for climate funding to include more countries on a voluntary basis. Finland stands ready to support the new fund with €3 million. We underline the continued importance of other funding mechanisms, including those supporting early warning system. We must also ensure that all financial flows are in line with the Paris Agreement and need to mobilise more private funding. In this, the coalition of finance ministers for climate action continues to play a key role. To put us on the right track to reach the Paris goals, the most crucial thing is a rapid clean energy transition away from fossil fuels. A just transition can help create new businesses and jobs and better opportunities for people everywhere. To enable the transition, we should agree on global targets for renewables and energy efficiency. These targets need to be accompanied by concrete steps towards phasing out fossil fuels and subsidies that support their use and recognising the role of the carbon-free technologies like nuclear. Governments must work together within the multilateral system, but we also need broad collaboration with civil society and private sector. In Finland, we have set the ambitious goal to be carbon neutral by 2035 and carbon negative soon after that. This goal can be only reached with strong public-private cooperation. Finnish companies can also offer a variety of practical solutions to help reach carbon neutrality globally. We want our companies to expand their carbon handprints, meaning the positive climate impact that their products can have, and stand ready to share our expertise globally. My government is also committed to ensuring the preservation of natural capital as part of responsible economic policy, and we will work to halt the loss of biodiversity. Our aim is that others around the world can utilise our expertise related to positive nature handprints in addition to carbon footprints. Mr. President, we must show the world that we stand behind the commitments we made in Paris. Let's make sure this COP succeeds in getting us back to track for 1.5 degrees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President of Cop28, let me first thank the UAE for its very hospitable welcome to all of us to this most important gathering. If now is not the time for bold action in addressing this planetary crisis, when the world is on fire, is being submerged, is barreling toward 2.7 degrees Celsius, when each day reveals grimmer death tolls attributed to climate, then when is? Are we prepared to accept this as our new norm? Our countries and our vulnerable communities cannot survive another round of inaction, nor should we accept this complacency. For SIDS, 1.5 to stay alive is still a must. Boldly, I join the bastion of leaders from the Global South, in particular the Caribbean community, forced to the front lines of the climate crisis to demand greater accountability and responsibility. Our countries will be lost to the pages of history if nothing is done. Commendably, however, the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, will expedite equitable access, growth, and crisis response. And to the Cop28 presidency, we welcome the capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Our host country, the UAE, as it celebrates its 52nd Union Day, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations, is the clearest example of what it means to envision and deliver a resilient development. Action builds trust. This is necessary as we seek to narrow the widening gap between the G7 and the G77. I recall, moderator, the situation of the Republic of China Taiwan, a reliable global partner in the climate crisis. St. Kitts and Nevis firmly believes that Taiwan as an island nation should be allowed to play a meaningful role in the existential policy drives of the United Nations. Moderator, with 50,000 plus people, our small size and notable position as the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere presents opportunity. With the convergence of our geostrategic outlook, global collaboration, and focused investments, especially in our energy sector, we can become the first model sustainable island state to be found anywhere in the world, showcasing the path to progress and prosperity. Moderator, geothermal development in our Twin Island Federation allows for nationwide underground electric grid connection between our two islands. An investment of US $350 million over the next 5 years can ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis goes fully green with the capacity to provide clean energy to our neighboring countries. Recently, we renegotiated 40 megawatts of solar energy with battery storage capacity, which will ensure that there are redundancies built into our energy grid. We are acting, moderator. Yes, Madam Ritter, our small nation has a GDP of just about 1 billion. While comparatively there are individual nations here that represent the combined GDP of every Caribbean island. However, our size does not dim our ambition. In fact, it stirs especially our choices, our pathway as our choices diminishes. And to wrap up, the transformation to a sustainable island state is so profound as it is linked to our survival, the survival of what it truly means to be Kittitian and Nivision. And finally, I say, moderator, let us all act to save ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Patrice Emery Torova Ada, Prime Minister of São Tomé and Príncipe. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Altezas Reais, chefes de Estados e de Governos, caros delegados, excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, todo o protocolo reservado. É uma honra para mim estar aqui hoje. É inspirador ver a reunião de mentes dedicadas a uma causa comum e urgente, como a dos desafios das mudanças climáticas. Ao nos reunirmos nesse palco global, expresso a minha gratidão e de toda a delegação que me acompanha ao Governo dos Emirados Árabes Unidos pela sua calorosa hospitalidade e os seus esforços louváveis na organização deste evento significativo. Aproveito para felicitar Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, o nosso presidente, e desejá-lo muito sucesso durante o seu mandato. O nosso mundo enfrenta uma encruzilhada histórica. As mudanças climáticas estão redefinindo nossas paisagens, nossa agricultura, provocando fome e guerras, favorecendo novas correntes migratórias, ameaçando ecossistemas vitais e colocando em risco comunidades inteiras. Cada tempestade, cada seca, cada inundação, cada incêndio, cada aumento do nível do mar é um alerta urgente para a necessidade premente de uma resposta global que infelizmente tem ficado somente ao nível dos discursos. A magia dos anúncios de $1.000 milhões jamais desembolsados já não funciona. Para países como o meu, preferimos continuar a advogar sobre a necessidade de reformas das instituições financeiras multilaterais para termos acesso a financiamentos e produtos financeiros mais acessíveis e em maior quantidade, e na adoção de programas de estabilização macroeconómicas mais realistas, menos ideológicos e mais suportáveis para as nossas populações. Preferimos contar com a força libertadora da criatividade e da inovação tecnológica e da inteligência artificial e lutar para não a transformar numa nova ferramenta de exclusão e de dominação. Preferimos, por fim, contar com os nossos próprios esforços e sacrifícios em primeiro lugar. Estamos aqui representando nações, comunidades e perspectivas diversas, mas a nossa missão, não nos esqueçamos, é singular, ou seja, é de promover soluções sustentáveis e ações colaborativas para a saúde do nosso planeta. As decisões e compromissos que fazemos aqui têm um peso imenso, não apenas para a nossa geração, mas para o futuro de toda a vida na Terra. Ao embarcarmos-nos nessas discussões vitais, devemos estar comprometidos todos com os princípios de sinceridade, solidariedade, transparência e inclusão. Que os nossos diálogos sejam guiados pela ciência e os dados científicos, que as nossas ações sejam impulsionadas pela urgência e as nossas resoluções reflitam a vontade coletiva de criar um mundo melhor, mais resiliente e sustentável. São Tomé e Príncipe, meu país, devido às suas características geográficas de país insular e arquipélago, tem as suas especificidades como uma pequena população, território fragmentado em ilhas, que impõem sérias restrições na economia à escala, na infraestruturação e na conectividade e cria uma elevada exposição aos choques externos e às vulnerabilidades ambientais. Como nação, assumimos as nossas responsabilidades. Estamos comprometidos com metas ambiciosas de redução de emissões e de investimento maciço em energias renováveis e iniciativas para preservar nossas florestas e oceanos. Permita-me destacar a dedicação inabalável de São Tomé e Príncipe em lidar com as mudanças climáticas e alavancar o financiamento climático para o desenvolvimento sustentável, entre os quais a nossa iniciativa de conservação de manguezais e criação de zonas de reserva especiais na ilha de São Tomé, para além da Ilha do Príncipe, que já é reserva mundial da biosfera. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, hoje, mais uma vez, nessa Cop28 em Dubai, reafirmamos o nosso compromisso em cumprir com os objetivos estabelecidos nos acordos anteriores. Reconhecemos que a transição para uma economia de baixo carbono não é apenas uma obrigação moral, mas uma oportunidade para o crescimento sustentável, a criação de empregos verdes, azuis e a melhoria da qualidade de vida para todos. É hora de nos comprometermos com uma mudança de paradigma onde a sustentabilidade e a prosperidade caminham juntas. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have all come together here in Dubai at a crucial moment. For me, for Belgium, and for many people I've spoken to in the recent weeks, this COP is the most important one since Paris. Because it's high time to turn our words and promises into action. It is time to talk about solutions instead of problems. It is time to talk about hope instead of fear. In order to attain our goals, we need everyone on board. Governments, and even more so, our people and the private sector. Science tells us that unless there are immediate, rapid and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach. Even those who don't believe in science can no longer close their eyes. The climate emergency is upon us. It affects reverberate across the world. Every country needs to do its share. Within the EU, Ambitious targets have been set for each country. There is no shortage of arguments today. There are plenty calls to action. Voices of our population, scientists, activists, court verdicts. All this comes down to one thing. It should motivate us to accelerate our efforts and to put all energy we have in realizing our commitments. There are many reasons to be hopeful. It's a fact. A record-breaking €340 billion have been invested in renewable energy globally this year. It's a fact. We finally made good on our pledge to mobilize $100 billion in climate finance. It's a fact that many climate analysts believe that carbon emissions will peak in the coming years. It's a fact. More and more people are on board when it comes to accelerate our actions. Young and old, with ideals and ideas, academics and entrepreneurs whose discoveries and technologies provide concrete and sometimes very simple answers to the challenges of recycling, water decontamination and greenhouse gas capture. My message to you is that the climate issue belongs neither to the deniers nor to the alarmists. It belongs to those who get up early, to those who grab every opportunity to contribute in speeding up the transition. If we want peak emissions now to reduce global emissions by 30% by 2030, we need ecology and economy. Too often, they have been opposed one against the other, while in fact, they are reinforcing each other. We will not build a climate paradise on an industrial wasteland. In our run to net zero future by 2050, we need clean tech, green chemistry, green steel production and green construction sites. The good news is that we are already building that future. Our North Sea wind turbines will produce enough green offshore electricity by 2030 to cover the equivalent of the electricity consumption of 5 million households. In Ghent, $1 billion will be invested to produce the most durable steel in the world. And from Liège, we are revolutionizing the hydrogen industry with cutting-edge technology. What we need now is a conducive environment to accelerate progress globally, phasing out fossil fuels. And in this regard, Belgium ended direct public finance for unabated fossil fuels and shifted resources towards renewables, which will be needed in order to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. We will only reach these goals when innovations and good practices will be accessible to everyone, to all SMEs, to all households in every corner of the world. In Europe, we need to create the right incentives to support our economy in realizing this ambition. As the incoming President of the European Union, this will be my priority. Europe will obviously not win the climate race alone. Partnerships are crucial, especially with Africa, which harnesses 40% of the global solar energy potential, and as stated by the President of Kenya at the African Climate Summit, has the potential to become the green engine of the world. Belgium has already partnered up with countries such as Namibia, Morocco and Egypt to accelerate this green revolution. In wind, in solar, in hydrogen. We have increased our climate finance to approximately €150 million, focusing our effort on biodiversity and sustainable development. In the Sahel region, we are implementing a 5-year, €50 million program supporting the Great Green Wall Initiative. We have launched innovative instruments such as Debt for Climate Swap. In Mozambique, such instrument will facilitate the implementation of the National Loss and Damage Strategy. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are only going to get this under control if we work together. And if our citizens engage in creating a more prosperous, a more inclusive and a healthier society. The most important result of Cop28 that I would hope for is to create this dynamic of action and trust. Trust that we will be able to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. But for that, we need to scale up the solutions that are in front of our eyes and that we already have in our hands. Tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency. It should be done, and it can be done. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Trinh Pham Minh, Prime Minister of Vietnam. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thưa đoàn Chủ tịch, cho tôi chúc mừng Quốc khánh UAE và cảm ơn họ đã làm tất cả những gì có thể để cho thành công của hội nghị Cop28. Thưa các quý vị, hệ thống khí hậu toàn cầu gần đến giới hạn đỏ. Trong một năm nóng nhất lịch sử đương đại, băng đang tan nhanh chưa từng có, nước biển dâng, hạn hán, lũ lụt, sạt lún. Ở nhiều nơi, cháy rừng đang trở nên tàn khốc hơn. Nhiều lãnh thổ, cộng đồng có nguy cơ bị ngập lụt, nhấn chìm. An ninh lương thực, an ninh năng lượng bị đe dọa. Thành quả phát triển có nguy cơ bị đẩy lùi. Bên cạnh đó, vấn đề già hóa dân số, cạn kiệt tài nguyên là những vấn đề cộng hưởng làm gia tăng khó khăn, thách thức cho toàn cầu. Khoảng cách giữa cam kết và hành động khí hậu vẫn còn xa. Sự cạnh tranh, chia rẽ phân tách, chiến tranh, xung đột, dịch bệnh càng làm phân tán nguồn lực cho biến đổi khí hậu. Sau 14 năm, chúng ta vẫn chưa đạt được cam kết 100 tỷ USD mỗi năm cho các hành động về biến đổi khí hậu. Vì vậy, việc đã nói là làm, đã cam kết phải thực hiện là chìa khóa để củng cố lòng tin giữa các quốc gia và khai thông bế tắc trong đàm phán về biến đổi khí hậu. Tác động của biến đổi khí hậu, dịch bệnh những năm qua càng chứng tỏ đây là vấn đề có tác động ảnh hưởng đến toàn cầu, vấn đề của toàn dân. Chúng ta phải có nhận thức, tư duy, phương pháp luận, cách tiếp cận mới, chủ động, tích cực, thiết thực, hiệu quả hơn và hành động thống nhất mang tính toàn cầu. Mỗi quốc gia phải có trách nhiệm quản lý, thực hiện hiệu quả, khai thác tối đa sức mạnh nội sinh của dân tộc mình là cơ bản, chiến lược lâu dài là quyết định. Kết hợp với sức mạnh đoàn kết quốc tế là quan trọng và đề cao chủ nghĩa đa phương. Lấy người dân, lợi ích chung toàn cầu là trung tâm, chủ thể, không để bất cứ quốc gia nào, người dân nào bị bỏ lại phía sau. Đa dạng hóa, huy động nguồn lực, kết hợp công tư, kết hợp trong và ngoài nước, song phương và đa phương và các nguồn lực hợp pháp khác, nhất là nguồn lực từ tư nhân. Các quốc gia phát triển phải tăng cường hỗ trợ hơn nữa cho các quốc gia đang phát triển và chậm phát triển, nhất là nguồn vốn ưu đãi, chuyển giao công nghệ tiên tiến, đào tạo nguồn nhân lực chất lượng cao, quản trị thông minh và hoàn thiện thể chế thị trường hiện đại phù hợp hiệu quả với từng quốc gia. Ngược lại, các quốc gia đang phát triển, chậm phát triển phải nỗ lực hơn nữa, không bị động, không trông chờ, không nghỉ lại, mà phải nâng cao năng lực tự cường, tự chủ, tự vươn lên với tinh thần không ai làm tốt cho mình hơn chính bản thân mình. Tuy nhiên, cũng cần đảm bảo công bằng, công lý về chống biến đổi khí hậu. Điều đó đồng nghĩa với đảm bảo tự chủ và an ninh năng lượng quốc gia, khả năng tiếp cận năng lượng sạch với chi phí phù hợp, hiệu quả cho mọi doanh nghiệp, người dân và mỗi quốc gia. Thưa các quý vị, Việt Nam với trách nhiệm của mình kể từ sau Cop26 ở Glasgow, tình hình thế giới có nhiều biến động, khó khăn, thách thức nhiều hơn thời cơ, thuận lợi. Nhưng chúng tôi với trách nhiệm với toàn cầu và toàn dân đã thực hiện toàn diện các nội dung sau. Nhóm thứ nhất là xây dựng kế hoạch và tổ chức thực hiện chiến lược biến đổi khí hậu chiến lược tăng trưởng xanh, quy hoạch điện 8, tiến đến năng lượng tái tạo và chủ đạo, phát triển công nghiệp năng lượng tái tạo và xây dựng hệ sinh thái năng lượng tái tạo như nhân lực, nguồn lực, quy hoạch, cơ sở vật chất và v.v. Nhóm thứ hai, thực hiện đóng góp do quốc gia tự nguyện NDC, thành lập ban thư ký, công bố kế hoạch thực hiện và kế hoạch huy động nguồn lực thực hiện ZTP, ban hành và thực hiện kế hoạch phát triển 1 triệu hecta lúa chất lượng cao, phát thải thấp, nhất là khí metan. Nhóm thứ ba, xây dựng thể chế gồm xây dựng luật dầu khí, hoàn thiện luật đất đai, luật điện lực theo hướng hỗ trợ, kiến tạo, phát triển năng lượng tái tạo, đang xây dựng hoàn thiện nghị định mua bán điện trực tiếp, xử lý các dự án điện tái tạo và các vấn đề tồn đọng, vướng mắc cho người dân và doanh nghiệp trong quá trình chuyển đổi năng lượng. Thưa các quý vị, thời gian không chờ đợi, khó khăn thách thức ngày càng nhiều, phức tạp và khó lường. Vì vậy, chúng ta đã đoàn kết rồi thì đoàn kết hơn nữa, đã nỗ lực rồi thì nỗ lực hơn nữa, đã hành động rồi thì phải hành động quyết liệt, hiệu quả hơn nữa, đã cố gắng rồi thì phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa. Vì sự phát triển thịnh vượng của cả nhân loại, vì sự mát lành của trái đất đáng yêu của chúng ta, vì sự ấm no, hạnh phúc trên toàn thế giới. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, colleagues. My 2 key words here today are urgency and opportunity. Urgency and opportunity. Urgency based on science and numerous alarming IPCC reports. Opportunity based on the new jobs and growth that the green transition brings. Sweden is an inspiring example of this, if I may say so. Since 1990, our emissions have been cut by more than 37%. At the same time, our economy has doubled. This is due to a few factors. One, an energy mix almost free from fossil fuels, with nuclear energy, hydro and wind as important pillars. But also an early and high tax on carbon dioxide. And innovative Swedish businesses. Swedish emissions per capita are now the lowest in the European Union, together with Portugal. The transition is exponential in sectors as steel, transport and heavy industry. The steel industry alone accounts for some 8% of global emissions. In 2021, Swedish industry produced the first fossil-free steel ready for delivery. And 3 of the world's leading climate tech companies are now Swedish, all present here, of course, at Cop28. The green transition is not only necessary to save the planet, it is also vital for our own competitiveness. Reaching net zero by mid-century requires a rapid and complete phase-out of fossil fuels in electricity and, of course, in heat production. To succeed, it is crucial to increase production in all fossil-free sources, nuclear power included. Sweden is now taking concrete steps towards new nuclear capacity, and I'm happy to stand side by side with like-minded countries here at COP28 and in the European Union. Let me also stress the importance of what is taking place at the European Union level, as we are laying the ground for a green revolution with the climate package Fit for 55. The EU has not only put in place ambitious targets for 2030, we have also decided on binding legislation that will reduce emissions by 57%. This will define and incentivize national action across our 27 member states. It means that 450 million Europeans will adapt to a green transition. An enhanced and expanded emission trading system will put a cap on nearly all carbon emissions within the Union. The EU can now show the rest of the world how policies to reduce emissions can be combined with increased growth and increased welfare. Climate action requires global solutions. We might have different timelines and pathways to net zero, but our common goals are clearly defined in the Paris Agreement. Limit temperature increases to 1.5 degrees, build more resilient societies, and transform financial flows in support of those goals. Here, at COP28, we need to agree on an ambitious outcome of the global stocktake and the phase-out of fossil fuels. We need to send a strong call to all parties, G20 countries in particular, to come forward with new NDCs ahead of COP30 that are economy-wide, cover all gases and cut emissions faster in line with 1.5 degrees. We look forward to adopting the new framework for the global goal on adaptation. We will stand with the most vulnerable to operationalize the funding arrangements and the fund for responding to loss and damage. And we want to establish a space to accelerate the transition of financial flows. To the UAE presidency, thanks a lot for hosting us. To all parties, let COP28 be the COP where we unite, where we act, and where we deliver. To all civil society actors and businesses, we look forward to hearing your voices, inspiring us to do more, faster, and together. Let us embrace the urgency of climate action, but also all the opportunities. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my great honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, my lovely country.
I know that everyone is waiting to speak. I'm not sure anyone is eager to listen. But I have to tick my box, so sorry, bear with me for a few minutes. As a representative of the Republic of Albania, but also of a fast yet developing region in Europe, named the Western Balkans, I stand before you today to share a few thoughts. We all know that for decades, developing nations like ours have strived tirelessly to address the challenges of development while grappling with the adverse impacts of climate change. And yes, the Paris Agreement was a beacon of hope, a promise made by the world to safeguard our planet and its inhabitants. But however, the reality falls short of the commitments made. And to say it all, the burden of climate action continues to disproportionately fall on the shoulders of developing nations, despite our minimal contribution to the crisis, while the big polluters do their best to lecture us, but not to stop themselves. Anyhow, what we do is what we believe in, and we have committed to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions with 20.9% by 2030 and then achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Secondly, our country aims to become an energy leader in the region and a net exporter of energy by 2030. But you should know that Albania is one of the rarest countries that has no CO2 emissions from energy production. Of course, on the other hand, it is under an extreme high hydrological risk because we are dependent on climate, and so we are now in a full-scale diversification with solar and wind. Thirdly, Albania has progressed by implementing nature-based solution practices in the recent year, and this year Vjosa, the so-baptized last wild river of Europe, has been declared a national park in Albania. It was fun, though, because the bigger and the richer around us in Europe that have tamed all their rivers lectured us big time how important it is to have a wild river in Europe. Doesn't matter, fun is good, and our commitment is strong and real, so we did it, and we are fully dedicated to continue so. At the end, let me conclude with a special mention and thank wholeheartedly the gracious host country of this big event, UAE, and the leadership of this country, the visionary President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, who is showing to our community of countries what does it mean to connect words with deeds. And by saying goodbye to all of you, I wish we had more UAEs in our community of countries as to make the dark lighter and our journey brighter. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Anwar ul Haq Kakar, Prime Minister of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, distinguished Head of State and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Al Jabbar, President of Cop28, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our profound appreciation and gratitude to His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his visionary leadership and for hosting Cop28, including the World Climate Action Summit. Excellencies, climate change is an existential threat for humankind. What science has forecast is happening. Last year, Pakistan suffered superb floods. This year will be the world's hottest year in recorded history. The global stocktake is another grim wake-up call. This must be a COP of action. Excellencies, at COP26 in Glasgow, we increased our ambition, presenting our revised nationally determined contributions with the target of 50% overall reduction in projected emissions by 2030. This year, Pakistan presented a comprehensive national adaptation plan and has also launched an innovative Living Indus initiative that brings together our care for climate and for nature. And we will be presenting our first biennial update report during this COP. Last year, we led the endeavor to craft an agreement on establishing a global loss and damage fund. This year, we worked to activate an adequately financed loss and damage fund and its funding arrangements. It is critical that under UAE's leadership, COP28 also activates the means of implementation, that is climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for developing countries, based on the established principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Climate justice demands that the developing countries be enabled to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals even as they contribute to climate objectives. The provision of sufficient, additional, predictable, grant-based climate finance by developed countries is imperative. The 100 billion commitment for climate finance must be fulfilled. And such finance should not be at the cost of development finance nor add to the already high debt burden of the developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope the successful conclusion of the global stocktake will also provide a recipe for a global course correction, especially by keeping the 1.5 Celsius degree temperature goal within reach. Developed countries must take the lead in raising global mitigation ambition, commensurate with their economic standing and historical responsibility, and then help developing countries do the same. Finally, we need to achieve global resilience through delivering an ambitious outcome in the form of a framework for the global goal on adaptation, with clear targets and indicators, including regular monitoring of progress. At least half of climate finance must be allocated to adaptation. Excellencies, our expectations from COP28 are high but not unrealistic. Let this COP deliver with actions, not just words. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Najib Mikati, Prime Minister of Lebanon. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
حضرت دولة رئيس الإمارات العربية المتحدة سعادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة الحضور الكريم. بداية الشكر الكبير لدولة الإمارات العربية الشقيقة على استضافتها هذا المؤتمر والعمل الجاد خلال الأشهر الماضية لضمان التقدم نحو تحقيق الأهداف التي حددناها في باريس 2015 ومؤتمرات المناخ التي تلت. لا أستطيع أن أقف هنا اليوم كممثل للبنان ولا أتناول الحاجة الملحة لتعزيز قدراتنا الوطنية على الصمود، خاصة في المناطق التي تتقاطع فيها التحديات الناجمة عن تغيير المناخ مع الحروب، إذ يواجه لبنان عدوانا إسرائيليا يطال البشر والحجر ويتسبب بسقوط تأثيرات مناخية مكثفة، حيث تتعرض مناطق واسعة في لبنان من الآثار الشديدة للتدهور البيئي الناجم عن الأعمال العدائية الإسرائيلية المستمرة. لقد تسببت الانتهاكات المستمرة بما في ذلك استخدام الأسلحة المحرمة مثل الفوسفور الأبيض التي إلى استشهاد المدنيين وإلحاق أضرار لا يمكن إصلاحها بأكثر من 5 ملايين متر مربع من الغابات والأراضي الزراعية والآلاف أشجار الزيتون، مما أدى إلى تدمير سبل العيش ومصادر الدخل وتهجير عشرات الآلاف من اللبنانيين واللبنانيات. لقد بات لزاما علينا أن نعترف بهذه العواقب الوخيمة للحروب والاعتداءات العسكرية على البيئة، حيث من الضروري جدا معالجتها ضمن القوانين الدولية والقانون الدولي الإنساني. وأذكر أن رئاسة مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغيير المناخ Cop28 تعهدت بتعزيز القدرة على التكييف مع تغيير المناخ في المناطق التي تواجه الحروب والأزمات والتهجير. وفي هذا الإطار فإن إعلان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان إنشاء صندوق بقيمة 30 مليار دولار للحلول المناخية على مستوى العالم يشكل أمرا ضروريا ليس فقط للتخفيف من الآثار المباشرة والخسائر والأضرار الحاصلة، ولكن أيضا لتعزيز استراتيجيات المرونة والتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية. ومن الضروري توسيع نطاق آليات التمويل لمواجهة التحديات المتزايدة المتمثلة في الخسائر والأضرار وتوسيع نطاقها لتشمل لتشمل إعادة بناء اقتصاد أخضر مستدام في لبنان. لقد عانى قطاع الطاقة لدينا مع الأزمات المتلاحقة، ومن ضروري تنشيطه وضمان تعبئة التمويل الكافي لتحديثه وتعزيز التحول نحو مصادر الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة، وبالتالي التخفيف من الآثار السلبية لتغيير المناخ. أيها الحفل الكريم، بينما كنا نتداول بشأن الجوانب الحاسمة للتقييم العالمي والتكييف والتخفيف والقدرة على الصمود والتمويل، أناشدكم جميعا أن نتجاوز خلافاتنا ونتعاون لمصلحة الجميع ولضمان حياة أفضل للأجيال المقبلة. إن العالم يتوقع الكثير منا ومن العمل الذي سنقوم به هنا والقرارات التي سنتخذها اليوم. دعونا نخرج من مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغيير المناخ في الإمارات العربية المتحدة Cop28 بإجراءات ملموسة والتزامات ثابتة لتمهيد الطريق نحو مستقبل مستدام للجميع. في الختام أقول: من بلاد الشيخ زايد الذي علمنا أهمية وكيفية التسامح والعيش معا، وبنى الإمارات على هذه الجذور، أقول: هنالك كبار سطر التاريخ أسماءهم لأنهم ساهموا في كتابة التاريخ، وأنا أقول لكم اليوم إن هناك كبيرا من أمتي ساهم في كتابة لم يساهم بكتابة التاريخ فحسب، بل ترك بصمات لا تمحى في كل الميادين، ومنها ما يجمعنا اليوم أيضا. وهذا الكبير وكان هو الشيخ زايد رحمه الله، وأطال الله بعمر الشيخ محمد بن زايد الذي يمضي على الخطى ذاتها. وشكرا لاستماعكم.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a great honor and privilege for me to address you all on behalf of the government and people of Georgia. I would like to express profound gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, for generous hospitality and for hosting this important summit in Dubai. The United Arab Emirates is indeed a global role model of technological innovation and modernization, creativity and progress, and it is now championing the climate resilience efforts as well. Dear colleagues, visible impacts of climate change that become increasingly severe and have devastating effects on both people and environment require expedited progress towards climate resilience. It is my strong belief, therefore, that several major international efforts must be maintained to manage the climate crisis worldwide. These include reducing the global emissions by half by 2030 and maintaining the threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius in line with the Paris Agreement, contributing consistently to the Loss and Damage Fund, and adopting a framework to reach the global goal of climate adaptation. The promise of $100 billion a year in climate finance should be kept as well, as must be the commitment towards doubling the climate action finance for adaptation. We take our role in addressing the climate crisis seriously in Georgia and have already taken significant steps towards this end. Over $500 million was allocated for the climate mitigation adaptation measures from the state budget of Georgia this year. Moreover, development of the national infrastructure is already taken into account, the low carbon and climate adaptation measures equaling to over $300 million a year. My government supports the idea of making Europe the first continent to reach a net zero emissions balance. With this in mind, we have adopted a long-term low emissions development strategy, declaring carbon neutrality as an important goal by 2050. Georgia also commits to presenting a new and more ambitious nationally determined contribution in 2025. In addition, I'm delighted to note that up to 85% of electricity comes from renewable sources in Georgia. However, further enhancement of our share of renewables energy remains a strategic priority for us, and I am pleased to announce that Georgia is joining the Cop28 Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge. Dear colleagues, I strongly support the vision of the Cop28's presidency for scaling up renewable energy to phase out the unabated fossil fuels. We believe that the formally negotiated outcome should include a commitment to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency by 2030, along with an equitable phase out of unabated fossil fuels. In conclusion, I am hopeful that during COP28, we will be able to live up to the unique moment together and deliver on a promise to shape a brighter, healthier and greener future for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Russell Mizo Dlamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the UN, the Executive Secretary of UN FCCC, Excellencies and colleagues, distinguished delegates. It is with great honor that I present this statement on behalf of the Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty King Mswati III, at this August gathering. Mr. President, after nearly 3 decades of commitments to combat climate change, all achieved is an increase in global emissions and temperatures. WMO has confirmed that 2023 is the warmest year on record, and the Production Gap Report indicates that the commitments made remain just words. Fossil fuel usage remains high, much against the national plans. For instance, in Eswatini and the SADC region, trucks are queuing in large numbers at borders and harbors, carrying tons and tons of coal in transit to the developed world. While this continues, the use of nature-based mitigation is being promoted as though nature is responsible for the high atmospheric gashouse concentrations. With such practices, reaching net zero by 2050 will be impossible, and developing countries should not be made to pay through the use of carbon markets. Mr. President, let us all meet our commitments as deep emission cuts are long overdue. The Secretary General has rightly noted that we are now past global warming and has reached global boiling. Those that have led the way in development and emitting should lead the way in mitigation. Technologies are necessary for attaining net zero and should be transferred to the global south. Resources have to be availed to assist countries adapt to the climate wrath being experienced and ensure that these match the national development agenda, which remain a great priority for developing countries. We further need to close the gap in resource flows to meet the actual need through urgent, predictable and sufficient financing, as well as ensuring availability of means of implementation. Furthermore, loss and damage is on the increase, with 2023 having seen a high number of weather and climate-related disasters across the globe. We therefore urge for the resourcing of the Loss and Damage Fund so as not to compromise the welfare and livelihoods of our people, as well as infrastructure development. Mr. President, prioritization of the above will ensure full implementation of the NDC commitments and national adaptation plans, of which Eswatini is currently finalizing. Mr. President, furthermore, all countries should be part of the agreements and commitments on climate action, as we are a global community and are commonly bound. If countries like Taiwan have voluntarily committed for the sake of the planet and people without being a party to the negotiations, then the rest of us can and must do more, and we call for Taiwan to be allowed to formally join in future UNFCCC discussions. In conclusion, Mr. President, no one should be left behind in making COP28 count and ensuring that all the green initiatives are sustainable and that are linked to the key pillars for economic development. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to kindly remind the speakers to hold their statements within 3 minutes. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Robina Nabanya, Prime Minister of Uganda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the people of Uganda. Uganda congratulates the United Arab Emirates for its exemplary leadership in convening COP28. Uganda is uniquely favored by nature compared to other parts of the globe because it lies across the equator and is between 621 meters and 5,011 meters above sea level. That's why it enjoys the sun, punctuated with plenty of rain all the year round. Uganda also has moderate temperatures of 19 degrees Celsius at night and 24 to 29 degrees Celsius during day. Some parts of Uganda actually have permanent snow, like Mount Rwenzori, which is right next to the equator. Uganda also has a massive plateau with large freshwater bodies, and that's why Uganda is called the Pearl of Africa. While Uganda's natural biodiversity presents important opportunities for adaptation and mitigation that can greatly contribute to the global reduction of greenhouse gas emissions of up to 24.7% by the year 2030, it is highly vulnerable to climatic shocks because of recent, in some parts of the country, we have experienced floods, landslides, and prolonged drought with rising temperatures, yet the country contributes only 0.01 of the global emissions. We therefore appeal to partnerships to offset these climate change costs. Uganda is mindful of the rampant degradation and the associated impacts escalating climate change. As a result, the government of Uganda has come up with policies to protect and preserve our environment and biodiversity. Since these provide global benefits in mitigating climate change, we invite partnership and support to protect and conserve these nature-based solutions to climate change. I note that recently, only 10% of the climate finances reached the local level. This is unacceptable. Uganda, therefore, supports the climate finance approaches in which at least 70% of the resources are allocated to locally prioritized climate actions while empowering the last mile communities. Uganda looks forward to COP28 establishing loss and damage fund that is accessible, free from bureaucracy of multilateral development banks, and free from the debt trap. The government of Uganda recognizes and welcomes the Glasgow Climate Pact of the multiple forms and stages of just transitions, and we envision an orderly and phased energy transition that ensures the shift from fossil fuel to renewable energy minimizes negative consequences on workers, communities, ecosystems, and national economies for enhanced energy access and sustainable development. Finally, Your Excellencies, I would like to inform you that Uganda will be hosting the 19th Non-Allied Movement Summit from 15th to 20th January 2024, and thereafter the third South Summit, that is GIS 77 plus China, from 21st to 23rd January 2024 in Kampala, Uganda. On behalf of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to invite you to attend the said meetings. I look forward to receiving you in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Borjana Kristo, Prime Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hvala lijepa. Poštovane dame i gospodo, danas smo ovdje svi zajedno kako bismo razmotrili ključna pitanja koja se tiču svih nas, pitanja koja utječu na našu planetu i buduće generacije. Nalazimo se u presudnom trenutku u povijesti čovječanstva. Klimatske promjene nisu samo pitanje za određene dijelove svijeta. One predstavljaju globalnu prijetnju koja zahtijeva hitnu, koordiniranu i odlučnu akciju. Bosna i Hercegovina također dijeli svoju predanost prelasku na održivu budućnost i pridružuje se ovoj važnoj raspravi o klimatskim promjenama. Svjesni ozbiljnosti ovog trenutka i izazova koji se nalaze pred nama, spremni smo sudjelovati u globalnoj borbi za očuvanje našeg planeta. I odlučni smo u ostvarivanju promjena koje će nas usmjeriti ka održivom sutra. Naši napori u borbi protiv klimatskih promjena su bezrezervni i prožimaju sve sfere našega društva. Posvećeni smo prelasku na obnovljive izvore energije s ciljem smanjenja emisije stakleničkih plinova i utjecaja na okoliš. Prelazak na obnovljive izvore energije nije samo imperativ, već i jedinstvena prilika za obnovljive izvore energije i za izgradnju održivijeg, ekonomski stabilnijeg i ekološki osviještenog BiH društva. Kroz ulaganje u tehnologiju obnovljivih izvora energije i poticanja inovacija, Bosna i Hercegovina želi biti partner u globalnim naporima za smanjenje emisija stakleničkih plinova i ublažavanje klimatskih promjena. Bezrezervno podupiremo sve globalne inicijative i napore usmjerene na održivost i zaštitu okoliša. Podržavamo i slijedimo smjernice i preporuke koje su proizišle iz inicijativa Ujedinjenih naroda, poput ciljeva održivog razvoja Ujedinjenih naroda i Pariškog sporazuma o klimatskim promjenama. Uspostavljamo i provodimo koncept zelene agende za Zapadni Balkan kao strategije za usklađivanje okolišnih politika država Zapadnog Balkana sa Europskim zelenim planom i prelazak na održivo gospodarstvo, odnosno implementaciju njenih 5 stupova, dekarbonizaciju, kružno gospodarstvo, smanjenje onečišćenja, sastavnica okoliša, održiva ruralna područja, zaštita i obnova bioraznolikosti i ekosustava kroz provedbu mjera predviđenih akcijskim planom za provedbu Sofijske deklaracije. Kako bismo postigli ciljeve zelene agende, potrebna je suradnja, razmjena i znanja i tehnologija te podrška međunarodne zajednice. U tom smislu odlučni smo da preuzmemo odgovornost i pridružimo se zajedničkim naporima za stvaranje održive budućnosti za sve nas. U tom smislu smo opredjeljeni i odlučni, želimo se aktivnije uključiti u globalne napore za očuvanje klime, surađujući i sa drugim zemljama te dijeleći pozitivna iskustva i resurse za postizanje nama zajedničkog cilja. Stoga Bosna i Hercegovina odgovorno se pridružuje Emiratskoj deklaraciji o otpornim prehrambenim sustavima, održivoj poljoprivredi i klimatskim akcijama, koja predstavlja važan korak prema globalnom partnerstvu, a koje je ključno za suočavanje sa izazovima koje donose klimatske promjene. Kao odgovorna članica međunarodne zajednice prepoznajemo i žurnost potrebe za zajedničkim djelovanjem kako bismo sačuvali našu planetu. Pridružujemo se Emiratskoj deklaraciji i šaljemo snažnu poruku solidarnosti i zajedničke odgovornosti za očuvanje našeg planeta. Pozivamo i sve druge zemlje da se pridruže ovom globalnom naporu kako bismo zajedno stvorili održivije, otpornije i prosperitetnije društvo za sve nas. U ime Bosne i Hercegovine još jednom potvrđujemo našu predanost i spremnost kao i želju za aktivnom suradnjom u borbi protiv klimatskih promjena, a vjerujem da samo zajedno kao globalna zajednica možemo ostvariti značajne napore i sačuvati naš planet za našu budućnost. Hvala vam.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States of America. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to be with the distinguished leaders who are here today. 2 years ago, President Joe Biden stood on stage at Cop26 and made a declaration of ambition. The United States of America will once again be a global leader in the fight against the climate crisis. Since then, the United States has turned ambition into action. President Biden and I have made the largest climate investment in the history of our country, and some have said the world. Roughly $1 trillion over the next 10 years. As a result, today, across the United States, we are building and expanding hundreds of solar panel, wind turbine, electric vehicle, and battery manufacturing plants. We are laying thousands of miles of high-voltage transmission lines to deliver clean energy to every corner of our nation. And we are lowering emissions, not only in energy and transportation, but in industry, agriculture, buildings, and construction. We are also investing in resilience and adaptation to restore our coastlines, wetlands, and forests, and to make communities more resilient to climate-driven extreme weather. We have also placed equity at the center of all of our work, investing in marginalized communities, which are often hardest hit by extreme weather and bear a disproportionate burden from fossil fuel pollution. Globally, the United States is a leader in the effort to expand international climate finance. This year alone, we have increased our contributions to over $9.5 billion, which puts us on track to reach President Biden's ambitious $11 billion goal by 2024. Today, I am also proud to announce a new $3 billion pledge to the Green Climate Fund, which helps developing countries invest in resilience, clean energy, and nature-based solutions. Today, we are demonstrating through action how the world can and must meet this crisis. This is a pivotal moment. Our action collectively, or worse, our inaction, will impact billions of people for decades to come. For as much as we have accomplished, there is still so much more work to do, and continued progress will not be possible without a fight. Around the world, there are those who seek to slow or stop our progress. Leaders who deny climate science, delay climate action, and spread misinformation. Corporations that greenwash climate inaction and lobby for billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies. In the face of their resistance, and in the context of this moment, we must do more. In order to keep our critical 1.5 degrees Celsius goal within reach, we must have the ambition to meet this moment, to accelerate our ongoing work, increase our investments, and lead with courage and conviction. Even given the challenges we face, I am optimistic. With ambition and bold action, I know we will build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous world for this generation and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Stephen Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. May I join with all my colleagues and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Fiji and the people of Fiji, congratulate UAE on your 52nd National Day. Congratulations. And we thank you for your hospitality. We thank you for the reception we have received and everything you have done for us since we arrived here a few days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, 31 years ago, I was Prime Minister of Fiji. We sent a minister to attend the very first Earth Summit held in Rio. A few years after that, those that attended that summit we formed ourselves into a conference of parties. And we're here at the 28th Conference of Parties, or Cop28. What have we done in 28 years, or 31 years? It seems to us in the Pacific that we have not done enough. We are sinking. The cyclones are getting more severe. Earlier this week, there was a flood in Fiji. Areas that never used to be flooded were flooded. And after that, we recorded temperatures more than 10 degrees more than our average for this time of the year. Since 1992, emissions have dramatically increased at a rate that destines us and the world that we live in to destruction. The rate of emissions is a core metric to take stock and respond to. Climate change in the Pacific is a major threat to our very own existence, our survival, our identity. It is clear that we are at a breaking point for survival of not only the Pacific, but for humanity. And for that very reason, I will continue to champion my call for the Pacific to be a zone or an ocean of peace, which includes our collective responsibility to combat climate change and preserve the environment. The environment is our life in the Pacific. I believe that a transformational response is needed. These include just transition that ensures global emissions peak peak before 2025. This will require deep cuts to emissions that align with the target of keeping global average temperatures rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. From last week's recorded temperatures in Fiji, I do not know whether we are going to achieve that. But I call upon all of us to strive towards that. Otherwise, we'll be under the sea. Otherwise, it'll be too hot to live in the tropics. We must ramp up our adaptation. We must double up on our finances by 2025 and agree on a framework for the global goal on adaptation. I welcome the Presidency's commitment to finalize the adoption of the GGA framework by the end of this Cop28. We welcome the progress this week on the work on loss and damage fund. We urge the fund to be more targeted to the special challenges confronting small island developing states, because we are the most exposed and most vulnerable. It's estimated that $4 trillion will be needed annually by 2030 to manage the impact of climate change. There needs to be a Herculean effort to mobilize financing and investment that is accessible and cost-effective in delivering benefit to all. For us, it is our survival. We call upon every one of us to please cooperate for our survival, for our identity. I do not know which COP will not have any representation from the Pacific. I hope we will continue to have representation from your Pacific friends, brothers and sisters. So let us cooperate and conserve the universe that we live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, Your Excellencies, overwhelmingly and correctly, the global community has the settled view that human beings, by their acts of commission and omission, have been causing and are accelerating dangerously a climate change crisis, which portends an enveloping global disaster for life, living, and production. Essentially, human beings are sleepwalking into a disaster of historic proportions. Nothing that has been proposed so far at this conference of parties has risen to the level of urgency and scale of the transformation required or demanded to avert the impending debacle for humanity. The leaders of the countries which are the major emitters of greenhouse gases know it. The profiteering barons, corporate barons globally know it. The informed population of our planet know it. And we in the Caribbean know it quite well because we feel it. So too the world's poorest people who experience daily the consequences of calamitous climate change. They know it very well. Yet we continue to tinker here and there with paltry initiatives and then celebrate them falsely as epoch-making and transformative. We may fool ourselves. We cannot fool nature. Humanity is facing a metaphoric chasm, a sprawling divide between what is required and what is being timidly advanced. We cannot cross this chasm by baby steps. If we seek to do so, we would fall below and beneath the widening gorge. Saving humanity from the disaster of man-made climate change is a great cause. And great causes have never been won by doubtful men and women. We know that the planet cannot much survive beyond global warming in excess of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels.
On present course, humanity will exceed this target soonest. We know the compelling answers to this existential challenge, but we recoil from embracing them and acting upon them. You're not going to get the details from me here, you know them. Everybody knows them. In any case, in any great cause, the answers or solutions revolve around 4 critical requisites. Nothing is possible without people. Nothing is doable without high-quality strategic leadership. Nothing is achievable without the mobilization of a sufficiency of resources. And nothing is sustainable without specially crafted institutions to deliver the transformative results agreed upon. We have been not involving the Earth's people in an informed and structured manner. The planet's leadership on this existential matter has been, by and large, very uneven and shows currently little sign of improving. The resources which are available among the rich countries and the rich people of our planet have not been mobilized in any sufficiency for the tasks at hand. And the global institutions to address the haunting bundle of sustainable issues are in a ramshackle condition, and there is currently very little likelihood of their efficacious reform to make them fit for purpose. Unless we address collectively and in solidarity each of these considerations optimally, humanity as we know it is doomed. This is not the usual end of times doomsday scenario of inevitability grounded in religious prophecy. In this great cause, it is necessary and desirable to apply the Aristotelian proposition: equity among equals, proportionality among unequals. The rich and powerful countries have a huge obligation to right the historic and current wrongs. We, the metaphoric unwashed multitudes, must in solidarity insist on that, and at the same time do our part responsibly and urgently. Justice and solidarity are thus to be combined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of states and governments, dear delegates, thank you for your statements. And this brings us to the end of the high-level segment. The joint third meeting of Cop28, CMP 18 and CMA 5 is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, the conference will now hear 2 special messages. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Teo Chi Hin, Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security, delivering a message of His Excellency Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, Prime Minister of Singapore. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished gathering. Mr. President, amid heightened geopolitical and economic turbulence, the world is on a pathway to 2.1 to 2.8 degrees centigrade of global warming by 2100. The first global stockpick presents an opportunity for the world to course correct to keep the target of 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. Singapore reaffirms its commitment to domestic climate action, regional partnerships, and global collaboration. First, domestic climate action. Singapore is a small island state, like the speakers before me. We are just 40 kilometers east to west, 25 kilometers north to south, and our 5.6 million people have nowhere else to go if sea levels rise. So we have to take this very seriously. Singapore raised its climate ambition last year to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. We are now focusing our efforts on implementation and delivering progress. We will raise our carbon tax level to around $19 per ton of emissions in 2024 and progressively to $37 to $60 per ton by 2030. making it one of the highest in Asia. We have mandated zero population vehicle growth since 2018, and our vision is for all vehicles to run on cleaner energy by 2040. In spite of being alternative energy disadvantaged, Singapore is sparing no effort in greening our power sector. We are already halfway towards achieving our 2030 solar deployment target. From 2024, we will also require all new and repowered natural gas power plants to be at least 30% hydrogen compatible by volume. Second, regional partnerships. We must foster partnerships and channel finance to accelerate regional decarbonization. At Cop28, Singapore will announce Financing Asia's Transition Partnerships, or FAST-P, a new blended finance initiative that aims to mobilize up to $5 billion in finance. FAST-P will bring together public and private sector platforms and partners to de-risk and finance transition and marginally bankable green projects in Asia. As a first step towards a joint vision of an ASEAN power grid, Singapore plans to import around 4 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from the region by 2015. We must also collaborate to strengthen our collective global climate resilience. Singapore participates actively in partnerships to advance flood, water and heat resilience, as well as coastal and flood protection. To support mutual learning, Singapore will share our regional climate projections based on IPCC's 6th assessment project report. Third, global collaboration. Multilateralism at platforms such as UNFCCC remains key to ensuring a just and inclusive transition. Singapore is pleased to support the following initiatives: the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge, Early Coal Retirement Initiative, and Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. We stand at a critical crossroads. Let us face climate change not as individual nations, but instead seize this opportunity to unite, act, and deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Cho Hang-sik, Special Envoy delivering a message of His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to participate in the World Climate Action Summit as the Special Presidential Envoy on behalf of President Yoon Suk-yeol of the Republic of Korea. As the IPCC report has warned us, without our swift action, the goal of Paris Agreement will be forever unattainable. The future of humanity hinges on us gathered here at COP. To tackle the global climate crisis, the Republic of Korea would like to make 3 proposals. Firstly, we need to fully incorporate the result of the global stocktake into our future actions. No single country can tackle the challenge of climate change alone. Yet each nation's decision-making carries a weight in finding the solution. Each of our nations must make the fight against climate change the #1 national priority. The GST is the compass that tells us how far we have come to reach our destination of 1.5 degrees Celsius goals of the Paris Agreement. Travelers ignore the guidance of the compass at their own peril. All of us are accountable for the results of GST, and based upon the GST results, we should step up our climate action with a strong sense of urgency and responsibility. Secondly, our climate action should be sustainable and inclusive. In our race of climate action, some may be ahead of others, while some may lag behind. However, the race will never be over until the very last one crosses the finish line. In this regard, Korea sincerely welcomes the adoption of the decision on the loss and damage funds operationalization. This clearly shows that we can make all the difference if we work together, and speaks volumes about our global solidarity. It is imperative that we continue strengthening our collective efforts to tackle the climate crisis, fostering the spirit of cooperation and unity. Based upon our own experience of economic development, Korea strives to play an active role in resolving the gaps in climate action. Korea will continue its role of laying the green ladder to help vulnerable developing countries respond to the climate crisis. To that end, the Korean government had already pledged to significantly increase our green ODA by 2025. In addition, Korea has pledged to contribute additional $300 million for GCF's second replenishment. Lastly, we suggest that climate action should be effective and realistic. The world is undergoing multiple crises. That is why tackling the climate crisis calls for the most realistic and effective way. The key, we believe, is in energy transition driven by advanced climate technologies. Last September, President Yoon proposed the formation of the Carbon-Free Alliance as a realistic solution for countries to reach carbon neutrality. This initiative calls for utilizing all carbon-free clean energy sources in addition to renewables, depending upon each country's circumstances and conditions. We look forward to your support for this initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against climate change will never be successful if we do not join all our forces. We have no time to stay idle. We do not have the luxury to meander. We must go forward as our compass leads us. The Republic of Korea will strive to lead this pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the session. Thank you. I wish you all a nice afternoon.